What? 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 Why can't
we'll do it live!
Why can't you? Why can't you?
I literally have no idea what the hell he's talking
Why
about.
can't you? Why can't you?
I've never had my flabbers so gasted.
Why can't you?
Side, this one's for Mikey.
Why can't you?
I'm not salty grapes.
Hey, I'm here. It's me. Welcome to Headliners News Channel 67. I'm Tim. Mikey will join us shortly. I think there was a slight misunderstanding with the time that we were starting. A time zone issue, if you will. So it's just me for probably a few minutes until Mikey catches up. But hi and welcome to the show. Before we get to the show itself, I would like everyone watching to like and subscribe. I know this is a new earlier time, but it's gonna be like this. So the new time for the show is gonna be 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I believe that's 3 p.m. in the UK. What time is it over there? Let me know, because we're going to be starting at like whatever the 10 o'clock hour for me is. On Tuesdays and Thursdays. That's what time we're going to be starting. I am not muted, am I? I don't think I'm muted. Nope. Nope. I can hear myself. I can hear me. Anyway, we got some news to get to. If you can't hear me, let me know. Let's see what's on the old playlist. The old playlist. 3:55 p.m. So yeah, we'll be starting at 3 p.m. UK time until daylight savings time kicks in, and then it'll be all weird. It'll be like this till the end of the year. Because I have to teach. All right, we're gonna start with non-trade war stuff. You know, there's other crazy nonsense going on in this country, and we got to talk about it. I'll put it up on the old screen there. Hey, that's... Oh, I can do that. Yeah, that's good for now. Oh, no, wait. That's not good in the vertical. There we go. Or is this better? Or is this better? Oh, that might be better. All right. The news.
Hi again, everyone. It is 5 o'clock here in New York. I'm Alicia Menendez, in for Nicole Wallace. We begin this hour with big breaking news out of the United States Supreme Court, which has just granted Donald Trump a win in his fight to take control over our elections. Today's ruling is about Trump's executive order that would restrict mail-in voting. The highest court has granted the administration's request for a stay, which means that the injunction previously placed on Trump's executive order is lifted while the appeals process goes through. The unsigned order from the Supreme Court means that the Trump administration can move forward to create citizenship lists and only send mail ballots to those on the federal list. Because it is unsigned, we do not know exactly how the justices voted, but there are dissents from the three liberal justices.
Cowards, all of them. An unsigned ruling? Come on, guys. Just let us know how you feel. Let us know how you really feel over there, conservatives in the Supreme Court. Unsigned ruling. Honestly.
Justices. And that is where we begin this hour with some of our favorite experts and friends. Co-founder and executive director of Protect Democracy, Ian Basson, is here. Andrew Weissman is back with us. Plus, with me at the table, Princeton University professor and political analyst Eddie Glaude, and our senior legal reporter, Lisa Rubin. Lisa, talk me through this.
So, Alicia, somebody just asked me at our network, is this the sort of thing that I should be really concerned with? Or
Yes. If you vote by mail, this is something you should really be concerned with. If you vote at all, this is something you really should be concerned with.
is this not that big of a deal? And I would submit to you and them This is a really big deal. What the states who litigated this case were trying to do was prevent the implementation of an executive order that Trump issued in 2026.
Yeah, it is super bizarre, really close to the election. I wonder why. I wonder why they're doing this. It couldn't be that, Republicans are getting their asses handed to them in the polls. No, it couldn't be that at all. They're not trying to rig the election.
Presumably directed at election integrity. But it had a number of different provisions that the state said would fundamentally alter the way that they conducted their elections. Let me tell you.
I don't think he understands that. I don't think that he understands that, it's mail-in voting in all the states and not just California or Oregon. It's mail-in voting in all the states. He's disenfranchising everyone who votes by mail except for him, because he always votes by mail. All the time. Every election, he votes by mail.
About two of them. One permits the Department of Homeland Security to distribute to states state citizenship lists. In other words, to check against their voter rolls lists of citizens. The Supreme Court today says there's nothing wrong with that because it's compelling the state to do nothing. But of course, in the hands of states that want to participate in, that want to enforce this administration's immigration-related agenda, these citizenship lists can be a dangerous tool. We already know that, for example, the kinds of citizenship lists that they have compiled in the hands of certain states have led them to say to people, including Homeland Security investigations, you have as many as, let's say, 15,000 people in your states whose names appear in our records of people who are not citizens. The names of those people are on your voter rolls. Those people should be disqualified from voting. And in most cases, those are false positives simply because of the overlap of names. That's one. One of the other things that this does is direct the Postal Service to initiate a rulemaking process to limit who can get a mail-in ballot. The Supreme Court today, in this opinion, the per curiam opinion, is saying the executive order doesn't force the USPS to do anything other than start a rulemaking process. That rulemaking process was only proposed by the president. The president is putting it in USPS's hands to decide what to do. And it doesn't compel the states to do anything. That ignores the reality of where we are. Last week, the USPS, meaning the United States Postal Service, finalized a rule that would compel states to send to the United States Postal Service a list of those voters who are eligible to vote by mail 60 days in advance of the November election. And then only those people who are on the list can get a mail-in ballot from the United States Postal Service.
So he's using the federal government through the Postal Service to limit who can vote by mail. And he's also forcing the states to send him voter lists through the Postal Service. Scott says, even if Trump goes eventually, these rules will not get rolled back. That's probably true. See, she's saying smart shit, and Trump's brain is just replaying YMCA, not paying any attention. The Dark Lord Drax says, my last name is Scottish diaspora, and not even the common spelling, so I'm probably not at risk. If my last name was Martinez, I would be fucked. Yeah, that's probably true. This is like profiling at the highest level.
It is putting an artificial constraint on who can vote by mail. And of course, it puts the states in somewhat of an untenable position. They have to decide, are we going to comply with this order? And if we do, our folks can vote by mail. But if we don't, are we basically setting ourselves up for a showdown with the federal government over mail-in balloting altogether? You've already seen some states say, we have no intention of complying with this. What does that mean then for the delivery of mail-in ballots when the United States Postal Service, as flawed as it might be, is still the only postal service that we have?
Ian Basson, as Lisa Rubin was making her way in quite a hurry to this set, she said to me, listen, the analysis here is a hyper-technical argument about what the EO itself requires, and the technocratic elements of it are kind of the point, which is they want us to get lost in the sauce. So just zoom out for me. What does the decision today from the Supreme Court mean for our democracy and for our elections?
Well, I want to agree with Lisa that it's a big deal because the Supreme Court, I think, is giving way too much running room to an administration that has signaled over and over again that it doesn't believe that elections should be in the hands of the voters and disagrees fundamentally with the founders' design that elections should be kept far from the person sitting in the Oval Office and should be run by the states and localities. And President Trump continues to try to seize that power for himself and the executive. And I think the Supreme Court giving any room to that at all is deeply disturbing. But I think the other thing to keep in mind here about where there is some saving grace here, and let's all just acknowledge the decision, as far as I know, came out about 15 minutes ago. It's 37 pages. We're all quickly digesting it. But here's something important to note. The decision stays an injunction in one of several cases that were pending against the president's executive order and attempt to get the United States Postal Service to block mail-in ballots. There is another injunction out of the District of Massachusetts in a case brought by the League of Women Voters that is left untouched, and as far as I can tell in a quick skim of this opinion, is not being put on hold by the Supreme Court. And that's potentially interesting because I believe that the Department of Justice wanted the Supreme Court to basically freeze that injunction as well. And the fact that the Supreme Court has not done that here and that injunction remains in place could be an interesting tell about whether the Supreme Court is splitting babies here. The other thing I think that's important here, as the three liberal justices pointed out in their dissent, is there's nothing in this opinion, this order from the Supreme Court, that gets at the merits of the constitutional and other challenges that have been posed to the executive order and to the United States Postal Service actions. This, as Lisa said, is a very technical procedural ruling about the standing of the states. That suggests to me that there's far more litigation to come on the merits to potentially make sure that the president cannot succeed in essentially nationalizing elections that the founders in the Constitution deliberately left in the hands of localities. So important, big deal, yes. Does it, is it a reason to say, oh, the elections are over? Absolutely not. The voters are still going to decide this election, and the Constitution is still going to decide this election.
Andrew Weissman, can you pick up on Ian Basson's last point?
So, yeah, the Trump administration is trying to meddle in elections. They just are. And the Supreme Court's letting them do it. So what happened was, and I think this was explained by that gentleman, was that there was an injunction in an executive order about mail-in voting that a federal court did nationwide. And the Trump administration appealed that ruling to the Supreme Court to stop the injunction, not to stop any future rulings, but to stop the injunction. And the Supreme Court said, why not? And then the cowards at the Supreme Court decided to do an unsigned ruling because they don't want people to know that they're fucking they're in the boat for the president. Well, 6 of them are. The liberal justices all wrote dissents. Yeah, free and fair my ass. This is long-standing Republican conservative policy to limit voting however possible. It's voter ID, it's mail-in ballot access, whatever they can do. The SAVE Act, which is never going to make it through Congress, at least not this Congress. Everything that they can do to limit how and when and how and why people vote, that's all they're going to do. And they're going to try and take the voter rolls. Some states have already given them up. Some states refuse to give them. Yeah, no, they're definitely all 6 of those conservative justices are as much as they can in for Trump. I don't even know if they have like legal grounds for what they're doing here. They're just like, oh, well, the president can do whatever he wants. Well, that's great. Just give more power to the executive branch. John Anthony says, I think any reasonable person who truly has the good of the nation in mind would step down if they were reasonable for such division. Yeah.
about the way in which we may see litigation from the states and what the timeline of that could look like?
Yes, absolutely. So I think it's really important not to overreact to this. There's no question that this could be ominous. There could be other shoes to drop. But let's just take the decision in terms of what it actually says. And to Ian's point, the decision makes absolutely clear that it is not ruling on the legality of what it is that the United States Postal Service may do in the future and about future actions. It explicitly says the court's disposition of this case does not mean that any measure taken by the government to implement the order, the executive order of the president, will necessarily be lawful. On that score, time will tell. So it really is just saying it's not ripe for review and that it's reserving sort of the merits to later. And the reason I think it's really important, not just because that makes it, what we're discussing.
I mean, that's all the Supreme Court's been doing is kicking the can down the road. They're like, oh, we're not going to rule on the merits of this case. We're just going to say, you can do it and we'll fix it later. That's all they do. That's all they do is kick the can down the road and say that Trump can do whatever he wants until we do an actual ruling, which is probably going to be next summer. Way too late.
More accurate. It's, we have seen 5-4 decisions where the Chief Justice and Amy Coney Barrett, we've even seen 6-3 decisions where Neil Gorsuch has joined the so-called liberal bloc. And so, I really think that we should not jump the gun here in terms of saying that this is, in and of itself devastating. It may portend that. But that's not where we are right now. The court has said it is not ruling on the merits of the case and whether future action is constitutional.
I just want to say I appreciate Andrew Weissman and Ian Basson's calm, cool demeanor. There have been too many times when the five of us have sat here and been asked to metabolize news specifically from the Supreme Court, where we have had to ask ourselves whether or not we are sliding toward autocracy. And today we are
we're not sliding to autocracy. We're there. It's happened. We've been there for like the last year. It is autocracy and an oligarchy. That's what we're living in. It might be even a kleptocracy at this point. They don't care about anything. You think the people in the White House care about anything at this point? We got some more news videos to get to. We'll show you. They don't care about the economy. They don't care about the military anymore. They don't care about voters in this country anymore. They don't care about farmers and ranchers in this country anymore. They don't care. They're taking as much as they can on the way out, and whatever happens after that happens. Here we got. Here's the main story. This is for all our Canadian fans.
Welcome to the NewsHour. The trade war between the U.S. and Canada is intensifying after negotiations broke down over the weekend. President Trump announced today that tariffs on Canadian-made cars, trucks, and auto parts will rise to 50% at the start of the new year.
Canada makes 60% of all the cars in this country. Canada. Khakisocracy.
Part of a broader round of 50% tariffs covering $28 billion in Canadian goods. The president defended the move on social media, writing this: Canada has been ripping off the United States of America for years. Their ridiculously high tariffs on our farmers and farm products has made life impossible for these great American patriots. Now, over the weekend, Canadian Prime Minister Mark...
Wait, what did the rest of that tweet say? Oh, I'm sorry, truth. Let's see. And has long created a $60 billion trade deficit, which is not done through the Canadian farm imports. It's because we import oil from Canada. That's all the trade deficit. If you took out oil from Canada, we would have a trade surplus because Canada is our second biggest trading partner. if you took out the revenue that Canada gets from the oil that they send us, the trade deficit would disappear. Let's see what else. Not sustainable, not anymore. On January 1st, I don't know why he spelled the word first. 2027, tariffs on all cars, trucks, both large and small, automotive parts, and steel will be increased to 50%. Dude, that is going to make cars so expensive in this country. Build in the US and there are 0 tariffs. Canada will be treated like a state no longer on trade and in other ways. Also, they are among the worst nations in the world to deal with. They feel entitled, and yet we don't need Canada. They need us. We need each other, Trump. We need each other. We're each other's biggest trading partner. What the fuck is wrong with you? They do 90%, 95% of their business with the US. Yeah. And we do like 80% of our business with them. I know he does. He picks these fucking percentages out of his ass. They do 95% of their business with the US. With us, the exact opposite. Thank you for your attention on this matter, President idiot. So the president now, he started his term with this fucking trade war all the way back in April of 2025 when he decided to tariff all the countries. And he's been harassing Canada since he came into office the second time. And I don't blame Canadians one bit for all of the you know, we're not going to take it anymore shit, because this guy is impossible. He's impossible. How do you deal with a guy like this? Like the stuff that Carney says, I agree 100%. America is trying to bully Canada, our greatest ally, our neighbor to the north that we've never had a problem with, because it's fucking Canada. And Trump is just being an asshole nonstop.
For these great American patriots. Now, over the weekend, Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney said his country had been preparing for a fundamental shift in its relationship with the U.S., which it no longer views as a reliable partner.
Great. Trump is destabilizing the alliance between America and Canada. He's been doing it since he came into office. Why? What is the problem? Because you think that they're charging us too much for limited tariffs? It's insane. Also, great snapshot of Carney. Hold on. There we go. Eyes are closed on that one.
Our government understood before many that America would transform all of its commercial relationships, that it would put a series of tariffs on its closest allies and use economic integration as
the Dark Lord Greg, $2. Never a problem. They burned the White House. To be fair to Canada, that was basically the British. Like that was basically the British. I know they were Canadian soldiers who were British, but like they were fully part of the British Empire at that point. You know, and that was all the way back in 1812. You know, they since then it's been fine. But Greg, good point. They did burn down the White House once. But we were friends for 150 years or whatever.
a weapon. We recognize that sometimes
it is
its
a tax.
signature.
No, it is a tax. The tariffs are a tax. They're a tax on us. Not a direct tax on us. But we are the ones who are being punished when Trump does this trade war shit. They are a tax on us. Every time Trump raises tariffs, he's raising the prices of everything. The price of cars is going to be fucking ridiculous.
Was written in pencil.
The breakdown threatens to deepen the economic fallout on both sides of the border and raises new questions about the future of North American trade. For A View from Canada now, we're joined by Peter Armstrong, senior business correspondent for the CBC. Thank you for being with us.
Thanks for having me, Jeff.
And President Trump, as you well know, has long argued that Canada takes advantage of the U.S. when it comes to trade. What does the data actually show?
It's going to be known as like the maple syrup wars.
Yeah, I mean, it's an argument that really infuriates Canadians because for the most part, that trade deficit that the U.S. runs is only because America decided to buy more safe, friendly, next door to them oil from Canada.
Fucking called it. Fucking called it. It's because of oil.
Were it not for oil, there wouldn't be a trade deficit at all.
Yeah,
and in fact, if you look at it and include services, so everything from consulting to software to digital streaming, that trade deficit shrinks to basically nothing. I think it's $40 billion at that point. So the argument that the trade deficit is what's behind all this, economists will tell you, I run a trade deficit with my dentist. It doesn't make him a bad guy who's trying to rip me off. It means I use the services he provides and he spends my
I run a trade deficit with my dentist. Oh, boy.
Money somewhere else in my community, and it all kind of works out well.
When the president writes, we don't need Canada, they need us, economically, how accurate is that? Is Canada more vulnerable in this trade war than the U.S.?
I mean, yes, Canada is more vulnerable, but that doesn't mean this isn't being felt already by American producers, American businesses, American households.
It is. I bought a car last year, and they were like, you better buy the car a 2025 model because the 2026 models are going to be 25% more expensive because of the tariffs on cars in Canada. Because they manufacture a lot of the parts. They manufacture a lot of the cars. And it's expensive to build new manufacturing facilities in America, despite what Trump says, and despite all the tax relief those companies would get. It takes time and money, and it's not going to happen right away. And it's still not going to happen that all these parts are going to be made in America. It's too expensive, and their distribution facilities are all over the world.
Households and consumers, right? Like, just take the auto industry. The automakers in North America have paid out something to the tune of $110 billion in the last 18 months alone in tariffs and costs due to the disruptions. And we've seen a pretty significant drop-off in U.S.-made cars coming to Canada. Canada is the #1 export market for everything in the United States. It's the #1 export.
That's right. They're not buying our cars. They're not buying our cars. They're not buying our whiskey. They're not buying our oranges. Trump is destroying our economy by tariffing everything and making Canada angry.
Market for cars as well, and a 27% drop-off is I think it's a $7 billion loss for U.S. automakers. And you look at what else do they need? We provide an awful lot of the oil that gets turned into gasoline for American consumers, right? 25% of refinery throughput. Put another way, the oil that goes into a refinery to become gasoline, 25% of that comes from Canada. And so it's been this really helpful, really reliable, really friendly relationship for 60, 70 years. And the undoing of that, if that's in fact the goal, is to undo the economic ties between these two countries, is not going to come without pain for people on both sides of the border.
And that remarkable phrase from the Prime Minister that America's signature was written in pencil, given the depth of the U.S.-Canada relationship, what does it say when a Canadian Prime Minister is now publicly questioning whether the U.S. can be relied upon?
Well, we can't. That's just the truth. We fucking can't. This country can't be relied upon to do shit. And everything they say, they're going to fucking go back on. Or not do. Just today they were talking about the economic sanctions on Iran. And Scott Bessent's like, oh, well, we're going to hold off for a couple of days just to make sure everyone understands the severity of what's going to happen if we do it. He said it was going to happen today. He said today was the deadline for the sanctions if Iran didn't comply. And then what did he fucking do? He chickened out. Nobody believes anything this country is going to do anymore. Nobody.
A couple of things. You have to take into account the ferocious anger and sense of betrayal that I think a lot of Canadians are feeling right now. And it's not just this round of tariffs. It's not just the last round of tariffs. And it's not just the constant berating of we're going to turn Canada into the 51st state, or that they refer to the prime minister as governor, and these other sort of just disrespectful ways of treating your closest trading partner. But the cumulative effect of all of that really has weight. And then you have to think about the fact that what we're undoing here is the USMCA agreement that was signed into effect during Trump's last term. It's not like
Right. Trump is undoing his own trade agreement, which, by the way, everyone was like, great job, Trump. It was like one of the only good things that Trump did in his first term. They're like, oh, he renegotiated NAFTA. He made it more favorable for our workers in the USMCA agreement. And I don't necessarily agree with any of it, but economists were like, good job. Way to go, Trump. And now he's undoing his own trade agreement. And he's like, who the fuck signed that thing? It was him. It was him the whole time. The call's coming from inside the house, Trump.
this was a deal that was made 40 years ago by some other, a Democrat or somebody that he disagrees with. This was made by Donald Trump, by Jamieson Greer, by American officials that are still part of this administration. And they said at the time, this is the greatest trade deal in history, and it was going to benefit everybody on both sides of the border. And then literally on day one of the administration, they came in and said, well, that deal's no good anymore. We want to restart everything. So you do have to wonder how much an agreement that we might have made would have been worth, and whether at the last minute or in 6 months or in a year from now, the terms of that agreement would have been torn up. So I do feel some sympathy for the prime minister trying to carve a way through all of that uncertainty to find a deal that's good for both economies, but especially for Canada, for his constituents.
The ferocious anger that you speak of when Carney describes what's happening in terms of approaching an economic war, is that how Canadians broadly see this rupture with the U.S.?
They do, absolutely. And to put it very plainly, again, it's not just the tariffs, and it's not just the threats of economic annexation, or, there's like today, the Vice President of the United States referred to Canada as a state. This is not something that I think anybody...
All right, we make a lot of jokes on this show about the 51st state stuff, but I want to say unequivocally that Canada deserves, sovereignty. You can't just go around and take away the sovereignty of other countries, especially countries who are your allies. You can be like, oh, yeah, no, Canada, they belong to us now. That's fucking crazy, man. They're a country, they're a people. You can't just go around being, I don't know, stupid. It's stupid. I'm not going to be teaching a bunch of weird rock monsters earth science. I'm going to be teaching a bunch of weird kids social sciences.
In the United States would accept from any other country talking about your country. So nobody here is accepting it as something that should be reasonable or taken reasonably here in this part of the country. And, they've taken lots of measures to push back, but the ones that seem to get under the skin of the administration the most are the two that have nothing to do with the federal government. It's the provinces that have taken American alcohol off the shelves of liquor stores in 8 of 10 provinces. And it's been a really grassroots move by Canadian consumers and households to not travel to the United States while these tariffs are in place. Both of those have come with enormous costs to tourism heavy regions and to...
Yeah, we covered this. So Las Vegas, big slump in tourism in Las Vegas. A lot of Canadians went there. Tourism all over the country is down because Canadians are protesting our tariffs against them and our country's treatment of their country. I don't blame it. They've destroyed the whiskey industry globally. There's a whole pipeline of the whiskey industry that I learned about in Ireland, where Irish whiskey, some companies get their barrels from American companies, but American companies stopped producing whiskey because they don't have any barrels. They don't have any space to put them because Canadians stopped buying American whiskey. So it slowed down the entire whiskey industry globally because those barrels get used and reused, and it's affected everyone. Canada has the power to stop a lot of things if they wanted. And this is only the start. They stopped buying our oranges. They get their oranges from different places now. Our orange industry got hurt by that. Our car industry's in trouble. You saw, like, it's crazy.
California wines and Kentucky bourbons. And the more this goes on, I think the less likely it is that Canadians, even when those things go back on the shelves, and even when tourism is back to Canadians say it's okay to travel there again, I'm not sure how many will actually take up a glass of American bourbon or travel to the United States, given how disrespected and how angry and how upset they are with the way this administration has treated Canadian trade, Canadian businesses, and I think Canadian citizens.
Well, let's hear from the man himself. This is what Mark Carney said the other day.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. I'd like to take this opportunity to update Canadians on developments in our trade negotiations with the United States. I'm going to go through why we're walking away from a bad deal and what comes next. Pendant une bonne partie de notre histoire, les Canadiens et les Canadiens ont pu compter sur des vents commerciaux favorables. Une relation stable avec les États-Unis, un accès de plus en plus ouvert au marché américain et des règles que les deux pays comprenaient et respectaient. Ces vents n'ont pas simplement changé de direction, le climat a aussi changé. We can't control the storm that blows in from Washington.
Yes,
we can, however, chart a new course by building Canada strong at home and diversifying our trading relationships abroad. Nous sommes maîtres chez nous et le partenaire par excellence à l'étranger. For over a year, Canada has worked intensively and in good faith with the United States to negotiate a new comprehensive trade deal. We've been pragmatic, patient, and persistent. We pursued every opportunity to reach an agreement that protects Canadian workers and their families, that strengthens our economy, and that respects Canadian sovereignty. We've been under no illusions. We recognized from the start that America has changed. Early last year in this room, I observed that the decades-long process of steadily increasing integration between our economies was over. Our government understood before.
I would like to say publicly to all Canadians, I apologize for America and specifically for myself, because once I bought a shirt that said Canada, America's hat, and I now regret that shirt.
For many, that
please don't hurt me.
America would transform all of its commercial relationships, that it would put a series of tariffs on its closest allies and use economic integration as a weapon. We recognize that sometimes its signature was written in pencil. We worked in that context
no more referendums
to try to strike a fair deal on which Canadian businesses and workers could rely. Our goal has always been to get the best deal for Canadians, never a deal at any price or on any time frame. Last month, when the United States announced another round of unjustified tariffs, I gave our negotiating team a new mandate to seek a fair deal negotiated in good faith.
Yeah,
because I
doesn't
believe
do that.
that people on the ground, on both sides of our border, want this relationship to work.
We don't do that.
The bonds between Canadians and Americans are long, and they remain strong. A mutually beneficial trade agreement is possible, one that respects our sovereignty, one that builds on our complementary strengths, one that lowers costs for families on both sides of the border, one that creates good jobs for our workers. Canada has always worked towards these goals, even while America's attention and dedication to them have wavered. We've consistently proposed long-term partnerships, while America has often pursued short-term transactions. The gap between partnership and competitor, unfortunately, has remained too wide in recent days.
Ooh,
So
hold on a second. I got a little bit of breaking news on the subject. Hold on. Hold on.
Canada heating up, including a social media post this morning from President Trump threatening to rename Lake Ontario Lake America. Joining us.
If Donald Trump names everything fucking America, I swear to God, stop doing that. It's so fucking dumb and childish.
Right now is Dominic LeBlanc. He's a Canadian minister responsible for Canada-U.S. trade,
Hey, it's the Canadian minister responsible for trade,
governmental affairs, and One Canadian Economy. Good morning to you.
Hi, good morning.
We could start with the Truth Social post. What's your reaction to that?
So we've decided as a federal government months ago not to respond to sort of the daily social media posts of either the president or his cabinet secretaries and so on. We're focused on doing what we can in Canada to build our economy and to having a constructive relationship with the government of the United States, our most important trading partner. So I, like many of your viewers, saw the different posts yesterday, including from some Canadian premiers who would be the equivalent of your state governors. But honestly, my focus and the Prime Minister's focus is to build a Canadian economy the best way we can. We think a strong Canadian economy is a valuable partner in North American competitiveness. So we're going to continue to do that. And I'm not trying to duck your question, but we have deliberately not responded as a federal government to some of the stuff that on our side or your side of the border.
Dominic,
Trump is just out there fucking trolling on social media saying, well, we're going to rename Lake Ontario Lake America. Get the fuck out of here, buddy.
help us understand, and we don't need to relitigate it, but I think we all want to understand what went wrong as you see it during those talks. There's been a lot of efforts, even in the past 72 hours, to try to reconstruct what went wrong, and I still don't think that there's an agreement either on either side about what is.
I'll tell you what went wrong. The negotiating team on America's side said some unreasonable shit, and Canada was like, we're not dealing with that anymore. That is exactly what happened. Because I heard some of the unreasonable shit was that Canada couldn't negotiate trade agreements with other countries. Unreasonable shit.
The sticking point here.
So, and you're right. That's a question that, again, on both sides of the border,
The high ground method.
Gets a lot of interest. President Trump, at the end of July, had threatened 50% tariffs on about 28 billion Canadian dollars of exports to the United States. That would have been 40 to 50,000 jobs in our country. Put it.
Yeah, imagine if every other country started renaming shit after them just because. I mean, we all touch the Atlantic over here in the West. So is everyone going to rename the Atlantic Ocean in the name of their country? Depending on where you live on Google Maps, it'll be something different, like the Gulf of Mexico. It's ridiculous.
Risk. This is in addition to the sectoral tariffs, the 232 tariffs in steel, aluminum, automobiles, in our case, softwood lumber. So what that did is it prompted a new round of negotiations, an intensity of negotiations. I have a constructive and frankly, I think an effective relationship with Ambassador Greer, the U.S. Trade Representative.
Right.
He has been at all.
I'm going to rename my street Tim Street because I live there. And it's mine now. I'm just going to start claiming things by naming them after me.
All times, a professional, accessible. I think he's acted in good faith, as have we. So he and I began with our colleagues a process of negotiation. And President Trump on Wednesday extended the deadline 3 days, saying that he believed they had a deal with Canada. We were more careful. We said we're close to a deal. Right. We're making real progress. And on Friday night, at the deadline the president set, Prime Minister Carney was unable to conclude that in totality, we had what we thought was a deal before us that would have been in the economic interest of the country. Canada's in a different economic position than other trading partners, the most important customer of the United States, but the most integrated in supply chains, particularly in these
Dominic,
sectors.
The thing we're trying to understand here is you're saying you have a great relationship with Ambassador Greer. We've read stories about some daylight between Greer and Lutnick coming in later in the process, and whether that was the issue, whether there was a misunderstanding about what these auto tariffs were, and whether they would also include I
don't think there's a misunderstanding.
Semi-truck.
Unless the American negotiators didn't understand what they were fucking doing. Or Howard Lutnick stepped in and just shit all over the place. Because that sounds like what's going on.
And other kinds of trucks, and what that would mean.
Medium
for
and heavy
steel.
duty trucks,
This idea about language, whether the French language could be used in different distinctions, which something, by the way, Jameson Greer says he's never even heard of, but it appears that Mark Carney seemed to allude to. Explain it to us if you can.
Yeah, so those are examples, I think good examples. The Prime Minister used them at a news conference on Saturday in Ottawa, of where in those final hours last Friday evening, we concluded there was a gap that made the deal impossible. So the automotive industry in Canada, highly integrated with the United States, the parts industry, this is an example over decades of that integration. We had always been, in our discussions with the Americans, recognizing that President Trump has redesigned his trading relationships with all of the partners in the world, including Canada. We started from the USMCA position of zero tariffs. Then the president brought in a series of tariffs in these sectors. We accepted.
Shaza says, just name all places: Albuquerque, New Mexico, Jennifer, or I haven't played any of the clips yet. Where is it? Here we go.
Kuga Uga Amem, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Jennifer, Albuquerque, New Mexico.
That's what we should rename everything.
That no country was going to trade tariff-free with the United States. That's a significant departure for us. But because of that integration and because of the North American competitiveness, we wanted to end up in the best situation of all the trading partners, particularly in the auto sector. So to use that example, Canadian automotive production is cars, but there's a very significant production of medium and heavy-duty trucks from Ford and GM that are exported to the United States. So if we were negotiating with Ambassador Greer in good faith to reduce the tariffs on autos, we had always been clear, certainly from our side, that it had to include these medium and heavy-duty trucks. Otherwise, the Prime Minister would have been in an untenable position of agreeing to an automotive deal that would have left very significant present and future production outside this tariff advantage. That's one example. The question.
John Anthony says, trouble with Deputy Trump is he looks at every engagement like a boardroom, then tries to bully everyone like they don't know he's full of shit. Yeah, and I think that the other countries, especially Canada, have learned that Trump is going to fucking taco on this shit anyway. Like, if Trump fucking, actually does the things he says he's going to do, there might be a little bit more bite behind what the United States is saying, but he fucking doesn't. He doesn't do any of it. He tacos on everything. Or they delay and delay and delay like what Bessen's doing with Iran. Because they know that they're in an impossible spot now. Well, it is Tuesday. That is true.
Around language, we had agreed to remove the taxes. We got rid of the digital services tax, as President Trump was requiring, and we reduced the payments or the taxes that would have applied to American streamers. Think of Netflix. But in Canadian law, we have always had, because of the fact that 25% of the Canadian population is Francophone, but not only that, to be able to promote Canadian culture, Canadian stories, Canadian artists, there were requirements around discoverability and visibility. So on these platforms, Canadian content, including French language content, would be accessible. We had always said in our discussions that those for us were not part.
Is all this really happening because fucking the Trump negotiating team was like, you can't speak French anymore? Stop doing the French stuff. Come on. Other languages exist, guys. They just do.
Of the negotiation, those requirements around discoverability, but the financial aspects, the payments had been resolved. So those are two examples in a frankly a basket of probably half a dozen, where at the end we didn't think we had arrived at an agreement that was in the economic interests of Canada. That's why on Friday
Yes.
evening
That is an oxymoron.
negotiations weren't able to conclude positively.
Yeah, Minister LeBlanc, this is the last thing Canada needs, and I'm not sure whether you have a good feel for changes that need to be made in the economic approach of Canada. I know you're familiar with GDP. Personal GDP actually is falling most years in Canada. The OECD projects that Canada, out of 38 OECD members, will rank 38, dead last in GDP per capita growth through 2060. And I'm trying to figure out
Yeah, it is
why.
entirely possible that Trump stomped his feet at the French language.
To see, and I do find one thing it says here, tax and regulatory competitiveness. There's a gap even with the U.S. where we think permitting, and we've got all these problems down here. How bad is it in Canada? And what changes do you think need to be made at this point? I don't think you're really negotiating from a strong position based on these things.
Well, that is where I might respectfully disagree with you. I think that if Canada is the top export destination for 26 U.S. states, we sell oil and gas and potash essential to the U.S. manufacturing economy, huge value added in the United States. So we can find compelling examples where trade done properly benefits both countries. But I certainly take your question in terms of the regulatory burden, in terms of tax competitiveness. Those are issues that Prime Minister Carney ran on in the election last year. He got a mandate to be able to ensure that federal permitting, for example, of these major projects, think of big energy projects, think of clean energy projects, port infrastructure. We're diversifying our trade relationships around the world. We've signed in the last year 20 deals worth tens of billions of dollars with other economies. So we've been very active in looking at new trading relationships, at diversifying the economy, but share your concern around the competitiveness in a tax and permitting context. And we have taken, and we will continue. In fact, we're introducing legislation in Parliament next month to deal with accelerated permitting, exactly along the lines of what you mentioned.
Right.
Okay, Dominic, we got to leave it there.
We just ask, will there be retaliatory tariffs announced today?
I think that's the government intention. It's something Mr. Trump would have done exactly the same thing. He wouldn't let key industries critical.
Oh, great. So Canada's like, well, Trump would do retaliatory tariffs. We're going to do it because Trump would do it. Obviously, if he's going to play that game, we're going to play that game. Yeah, Canada is essentially intertwined with us. They are essentially part of our economy, which is why Trump's actions make it so much more moronic. I know. And why the fuck is he doing it at all? Why is it happening at all? He could have left well enough alone. Listen, Mikey and I said this the entire time. If Trump wanted the economy to be good, all he had to do was nothing. All he had to do was sit there on his hands and do absolutely nothing. No tariffs, none of this bond market manipulation that they're doing now, none of the interest rate shit and firing everyone at the Fed for no reason. All he had to do was leave well enough alone. The economy was recovering from COVID, and Trump just decided to stop all that. Interest rates were coming down, unemployment was going down, jobs were available, and Trump decided we're not going to do any of that. And to blame all the stuff that he didn't like on Biden, which only worked for, 6 months after he became president, and then after that, it was his economy. And now, people are leaving the job market in record numbers. The bond market is fucked up. The tariffs are making everything more expensive. He's importing beef from other countries because our beef is too expensive for us. The inflation on beef is like 30-something%. And Trump's solution is to import beef from other countries to further fuck over our beef market and our ranchers at the expense of he's already bailed out other countries' beef industries. So this is entirely Trump's making, and he fucked up our economy. Full stop.
Industries in his economy face a completely uneven trading circumstance. So the prime minister will be in, and we made this very clear. It shouldn't surprise anybody, our friends in the American administration. We said that if we didn't get to a deal, we would have to take the steps that any responsible government would take to protect those sectors of the economy. Our preference was not to do that. Our preference was to find a deal that benefits.
Right. This entire time, Canada's been shit on by the American government. They've been trying to like work it out. They've been trying to figure it out, how to work with us. And every time that they try and figure out how to work with us, we just completely collapse right in front of them. Just, nope, we're not going to do anything. More tariffs. Oh no, we're not going to do the tariffs. Oh, but we are going to do the tariffs. Fucking, we got to get our shit together. This is terrible.
If it's both countries, we still believe that's possible. But in the meantime, we're not waiting by the phone. We're going to do the work that's necessary to protect our own economy.
Okay. Dominic, I want to thank you for joining us this morning. Appreciate it.
Okay, so that was the breaking stuff. Let's go back to Carney.
Last evening, I instructed our negotiators to return to Ottawa. We cannot accept what they've offered, and we will not give what they've asked. Over the past year, the U.S. has imposed a series of tariffs that violate its commitment under our agreement with them in Mexico, so-called CUSMA. The United States has continually changed their rationale for these actions, from fentanyl to taxes on U.S. tech giants, to certification of U.S. aircraft, to the sharing of tolls of a bridge that Canada built and paid for, to our dairy.
Oh yeah, that bridge, boy. We didn't even have a ceremony on our side of the bridge because Trump was so fucking butthurt about it. Canada had their own ceremony on that bridge to open it, and we didn't, because this country is run by children. It's run by children, crazy children.
To provincial decisions not to sell American alcohol during the trade war, to a television advertisement that quoted Ronald Reagan, to smoke from wildfires while they threatened
metaphorically, not in reality. I don't.
Another prominent justification for U.S. tariffs has been their claim that since the United States runs, quote, a trade deficit with Canada, we were ripping them off.
Wait, did he put runs in quotes for a reason? We don't run anything anymore.
Also a quote. But the U.S.'s narrow merchandise trade deficit only exists because the U.S. buys so much of its energy from Canada. Canada fuels American growth, supplying 99% of their natural gas imports, 85% of their electricity imports, 60% of their crude oil imports. I don't think they want us to stop sending any of that energy.
Yeah, right. Oh, stop fucking with Canada. 80% of our, or what does he say, 95% of our natural gas, 60% of our oil, and 80% of our energy imports are from Canada? Why are we fucking with them? Why would you do that? Oh yeah, I saw that too. Fucking get that guy out of here. No one makes fun of Canada on this show. Unless it's me making fun of Ollie.
And if you look more broadly at the comprehensive U.S.-Canada trade balance, which includes the many services from finance to entertainment that we buy from the United States, that shows a persistent American trade surplus. Most fundamentally, trade is about building mutual strength, creating a relationship that benefits both countries. For example, Canada is the largest customer for U.S. cars. In fact, we buy more American-built cars and trucks than the United Kingdom, Japan, and China combined. It's the same for American steel products. Canada is also the largest customer for 26 U.S. states and a top 3 customer for 45 U.S. states. Last year, Americans sold almost $600 billion in goods and services to Canadians. That's more than $1.6 billion every single day. On the other hand, Canadian exports to the United States lower costs for American families. In contrast, tariffs are taxes. Taxes which are ultimately paid by U.S. consumers.
Yes.
While the United States has imposed a seemingly endless stream of tariffs and threatened more, Canada has, by contrast, taken several steps in good faith to try to find compromise and secure a comprehensive deal in the best interests of both Canadians and Americans. Nos négociateurs ont cherché à non seulement réduire les droits de douane, mais aussi à rétablir un degré de certitude et de stabilité grâce à un nouvel accord global sur lequel les entreprises et les travailleurs canadiens peuvent compter. Ce qui m'amène aux dernières négociations. Last month, the U.S. announced that effective August 19th, it would impose 50% tariffs on a series of industries ranging from hockey equipment to clothing, cement, and beer. The only advantage of this latest threat was that it was a catalyst for more intensive negotiations. Our objectives in these latest talks have been to preserve tariff-free access to the U.S. for the vast majority of Canadian businesses. Secondly, to provide greater stability to our trade relationship. Thirdly, to significantly reduce U.S. tariffs on our key strategic industries so that Canadian businesses in these sectors would have the best access of any in the world. Fourth, protect our small and medium-sized businesses, including by removing the imminent threat of those new tariffs. And fifth, fundamentally, maintain Canada's flexibility, independence, and sovereignty so we can keep building the country Canadians want. Canada has made offers to secure a fair, comprehensive deal that would be in the best interests of Canadians. We were willing to drop our remaining retaliatory tariffs on strategic sectors, particularly steel, aluminum, and autos, if the United States substantially lowered theirs to levels that made it economic for Canadian companies to export to the United States. In exchange for a fair deal, we would encourage our provinces to return U.S. alcohol to the shelves. And we would take administrative measures to protect supply management without changing the system itself, the U.S. quotas, or the tariffs that would apply. There were some things we wouldn't do. We were not prepared to compromise Canada's sovereignty or to undermine our key industries. Nous n'étions pas prêts à faire de compromis sur notre souveraineté, la protection de la langue française.
I'll put this out there since more people are watching now. So Tuesdays and Thursdays is going to be earlier because job. So on Tuesdays and Thursdays, we're going to be starting at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 3 p.m. UK time, 9 a.m. Mikey's time. So I'm going to put a post on the YouTube community page, and just to remind everyone, that's what it's going to be from now on. It's going to be 10 a.m. to noon my time, Eastern Standard Time, and 3 p.m. UK time to 5 p.m. UK time. It's going to be a little bit of a tighter show because I have to go and work after that. So that's what it'll be like probably till the end of the year, and then we'll see what my school schedule is like after that. Yeah, no, I'll put it on the YouTube page. I forgot to do it over the weekend, but I'll make sure everybody knows.
Culture. Pour nos collègues américains, soyons clairs. Pour mon gouvernement et pour le Canada, ces questions n'ont jamais été sur la table, même si les États-Unis ont essayé jusqu'à la dernière minute. Now, in recent weeks, there had been important progress made towards a possible agreement, an agreement that
TBD on tomorrow's episode. I may have to drive all the way to Hartford to do government things. So annoying. But TBD on tomorrow. Maybe Mike, you'll do something. I don't know if I'll be available.
Would have reinforced Canada's position as having the best deal in the world with the United States, including by securing the best terms for each of our most important strategic sectors and by providing greater certainty about our future trading relationship. And while we believed earlier this week that we were moving towards a mutually beneficial agreement, in recent days the United States proposed new terms that were uneconomic, unfair, and undermined the net.
Yes. New terms at the last minute. Great negotiating tactic, America.
Benefits for Canada and called into question the reliability of any deal. In short, they asked too much and they offered too little. More fundamentally, the cumulative effect of U.S. demands revealed the limits of their commitment to a true economic partnership. As I said earlier, as a result, last evening I suspended trade negotiations with the United States and directed our negotiators to return.
We heard from the Canadian Trade Minister talking to CNBC about it. In very nice terms. He said it in very nice terms. But yes, that's what they are doing.
To Ottawa. I want to thank Minister LeBlanc and
Minister
our
LeBlanc.
chief negotiator, Janice Charette.
Sorry if I butchered that.
Their team, they've worked hard in good faith right up to the last minute to defend the interests of Canadians. Now, Canada will match Washington's new tariffs dollar for dollar.
Ooh, and also Mark Carney's announcing this was yesterday, I think.
In order to.
Oh, hey, Viper Scott. I was wondering when you were going to get here. 10 gifted bin podcast memberships from Viper Scott. Hold on, I got to get there. It's on the regular one. Okay. All right, we're going to do this. The following people have just been gifted bin memberships by Viper Scott. First for Viper Scott. All right, Darren Estar.
No. We'll do it live. Fuck it.
Tony Love.
I love Tesla.
Enzo the God.
This is sick shit.
The Pickle.
Y'all just being numbnuts right now because you forget your own history.
Tamara Chance.
Tell me about it.
Secular Rarity.
Read history. You learn from history.
Wayne Lewis.
Blah, blah, gay sex. Blah, blah, Congress.
Pixelista.
I've never had my flabbers so gasted.
And finally, To the Moon.
I'm not salty grapes.
Congratulations on your bin podcast membership gifts. And let's all thank Viper Scott right now, who makes this show commercial free for the rest of us. Yay! All right. Where was I? Mark Carney announcing retaliatory tariffs. Yeah, right. Mark Carney, tariffs, go.
Protect Canadian workers, farmers, families, and businesses. Our response will be concentrated in sectors such as steel, dairy, appliances, agricultural equipment, pulp and paper, and electronics. We'll also include products that are currently subject to unjustified Section 232 and 338 tariffs. This is a focused response to protect and defend our industries and allow them to compete with U.S. products in the Canadian market. In the coming days, we'll release details of these new tariff measures which will come into force the Tuesday after Labor Day. Let me be clear. We take this step reluctantly. Reluctantly because we recognize that some of these measures will raise costs and reduce choice for Canadians. Reluctantly, because we recognize that some...
Also, why is Trump doing this at all? Quick question. You know, there's midterm elections coming up in like 2 months. Why? Why is he doing this? Does he not care about sinking his entire party at this point? I mean, I know that Trump is deeply unpopular at this point. Like, unprecedentedly unpopular for Donald Trump. Like, he's underwater on everything by a large amount. And now he's dragging down all these other Republicans with him. They're going to lose in Texas. They're going to lose in South Carolina. They're going to lose in North Carolina. Like, they're going to lose these Senate seats. At the beginning of the year, everyone assumed the Senate was going to be at least maintained by the Republicans. Like, you know, they'll maintain like a 51-49. They might lose a seat, but it'll be fine. Now, the Senate's completely up for grabs. The House, they've given up on winning the House, I think. They've completely given up on it because there's no way that they can win the House with this economic agenda. There's no way. They can't even pass anything in the House anymore. That SAVE Act isn't getting anywhere. I'm sure they're trying to work on a budget that's not going to go anywhere. And they're trying to get this money out of for the military that I don't think they're going to actually fucking get. Who wants to vote for that? Nobody. All these Republicans who are supposed to be in safe seats are not in safe seats anymore. Their seats are up for grabs. And, you know, the Democratic Party is going through a bit of a change too, but you know, it's moderate Democrats losing to DSA members, and that's only going to push Trump more to the right and his policies more to the right. And I think that all of this is sort of panicking, like changing the subject to Canada, away from Iran, away from the Lincoln. It's throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks. Canada's not going to fucking take it. The American voters aren't going to fucking take it. So they're panicking and flailing over there in the White House, not knowing what to do. Apparently the president is just fucking bored with everything. It's not good. It's not good for any of them. If they want to remain in power.
Some U.S. companies and some U.S. states are innocent bystanders in a dispute that they did not want.
Yes, please don't hurt us.
Reluctantly, because this trade dispute is preventing Canada and America from doing so much good that we could do together. But at the same time, we take this step confident that it is in the best interest of Canada. And that by rejecting a bad deal, by standing up for Canada, by focusing on what we can control, we will build Canada strong for all.
Canada should close their borders. I don't disagree. I think they've stopped coming here because we suck. Yeah, maybe Canada should just, you know, build a wall. Keep all those Americans out.
Building at home and diversifying trade abroad is not our plan B. It has been our plan A from the start. Canada will continue to pursue this path to build Canada strong because it's right and because it's working. We're moving rapidly to build major infrastructure. We've already referred 27 nation-building initiatives to the new Major Projects Office, new ports, mines, energy corridors from every region of the country that now represent $500 billion in new private investment. Projects that will help Canada build bigger, move faster, and trade more with the world. Grâce à Maison Canada, nous accélérons la construction de logements abordables. En quelques mois à peine, cette nouvelle agence s'est engagée à construire près de 17 000 logements dans le cadre de 17 partenariats. Nous bâtissons les infrastructures locales sur lesquelles les Canadiens et les Canadiennes comptent au quotidien grâce aux nouveaux fonds pour bâtir des collectivités fortes qui représentent un investissement de 51 milliards de dollars. Plus de 100 projets ont déjà été annoncés partout au pays, entre autres de nouveaux hôpitaux, de nouveaux centres communautaires et de nouvelles lignes de transport en commun. Dans le cadre d'entente avec le Yukon, les territoires du Nord-Ouest, le Nunavut, l'Ontario et le Québec.
Yeah, what that guy
Nous
said.
allons aussi doubler la capacité de notre réseau électrique d'ici 2050 afin que les Canadiennes et les Canadiens aient accès à une énergie abordable et durable pour les générations à venir. Parce que maîtriser, just last Monday in St. John's,
There we go.
the governments of Canada, Quebec, Newfoundland, and Labrador launched the single largest investment in Canada's history to build the largest clean energy project in North America ever. Une deuxième Bay James. It will produce enough clean electricity to power every single vehicle in Canada. We're building our economy while taking charge of our security by investing $500 billion into our defense, expanding our shipyards, growing our aerospace.
Great. Great. Look what you did, Trump. Canada's rebuilding its military. Great. They think that they have to invest in their national security because we're a threat. Awesome.
Industry, increasing our cyber capabilities.
Oh yeah, Greg, I saw that. School's about to start, and this is we're having the biggest measles outbreak that we had in a decade. I saw a little graph that was like, oh, measles outbreak. You know, we had a couple over the last decade or so, but nothing crazy. And then 25 and 26 just through the fucking roof. They hired a guy who doesn't know what he's doing to be Secretary of Health and Human Services. Bobby Kennedy. What a fucking joke that guy is. People dying of the measles. Fucking anti-vaxxers.
And we're realizing Canada's full potential as an energy superpower in nuclear, LNG, renewables, and low carbon oil and gas. These are the initiatives that are the future of our country. Canada is now the best connected economy in the world. Over the last year, we have signed more than 20 trade and security deals across 5 continents. We completed our most recent deal with the United Arab Emirates in a record 47 days. Canadian businesses now enjoy tariff-free access to 1.5 billion consumers. Over the next 6 months, we'll double that number through new trade deals from ASEAN to India. Cet automne, nous allons entamer les discussions avec l'Union européenne, la deuxième économie en importance dans le monde, pour approfondir et renforcer notre partenariat en matière de sécurité et d'économie. Canada is building such unparalleled market access because we're trusted, because we're reliable, and because we have what the world wants. That's why the world is coming to our door. In just 3 weeks, we'll host the first Canadian Investment Summit in Toronto.
Hi.
The summit is attracting.
Hey, Mikey, are you here for me to hand off the show?
No, you're gonna stay right where you are.
No, I'm leaving. I'm done in 10 minutes.
You do not get a 1 hour shift. Okay, we don't have.
It was an hour and a half actually. I started at 10:30. I was supposed to start at 10, but I got delayed.
Oh, so you started at fucking 9? Like, look at that.
I did. I have to. I don't have a choice.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
We had some fun. We talked about Canada.
Oh, what'd you say about Canada?
Nice things. I don't want Canada to hurt me.
Oh.
Please don't hurt me, Canada.
You're afraid of the Canuck, I see.
Yeah, because they're doing retaliatory tariffs now. You know how expensive everything's going to be, Mikey?
Well. How the mighty have fallen.
I'm so afraid that I apologize for a shirt that I bought when I was a teenager that said Canada, America's hat.
Oh, not so funny now, is it, Batman? It's wow. Whoa, what did I do here? Okay,
well, there we go.
Hold on a second.
We'll put Carney in the
The
background.
stream must be scheduled in the future and within 1 year. What did I press?
Did you schedule a stream for more than a year from now?
I didn't change anything on the time. Stream must be scheduled within. I didn't change. Oh, let me just hit save anyway. Because we have a guest.
Ooh, who's your guest?
I shall introduce once
Well,
I can get my fucking screen back here.
Once
Okay,
he's there. He's not currently there.
that's okay. If you guys look, you might have to refresh, but there should be more links inside the description for Jason from Dragons and Genesis.
Ooh, what's that?
Dragons and Genesis is a cool podcast where he kind of finds like mythical creatures inside people's religious texts.
Oh,
Yeah. You like my Abdul Syed?
yeah. You got the look going on. Yeah, a little bit of chest hair showing there
For the ladies.
for the ladies. Mikey, all right. I have a quick update for you on the bin windbreaker situation.
Mhm.
The wife is totally on board.
Of course she is. She's always on board for a good idea.
She said that she could embroider directly onto the windbreakers. You don't need a patch. Like, so Mikey, what I need for you is an SVG file that she can print from.
SVG, you say?
SVG.
What if I only have the V and the G? Where should I find the S? Oh boy. New person sent me a friend request on Facebook. I'm sorry, y'all. It takes me a lot to answer on social media now. All of you get your accounts hacked every 15 minutes. There's thousands of you, and everyone sends me a bunch of, here, click all this shit. And then they immediately say, don't click anything. Don't click anything. I got hacked. It's like, all right.
So my Twitter account is finally no more. It got hacked, and I had to have it taken down.
Yeah.
And
What were you supporting?
Right. I have complicated passwords. Like, I don't have basic passwords because I know that shit don't work anymore. Someone fucking hacked my shit. Now I had to redo everything. I had to redo all my passwords.
Hey, good thing they try to make like AI supercomputers.
Right.
To hack all your shit instantly. And they have a complete profile on your entire life. So, what is it? Probably their dog. Their dog on their birthday. Not that dog. Go back a dog. Go back two dogs.
So I no longer have a Twitter account. It's gone permanently.
Okay, we got 5 minutes until we're bringing the guest up. Would you like to hear how far I got for our new anthem?
Oh yes, I would like to hear that.
Okay, let me just do this and then this because I don't need people all on my shit, you know. I don't need you looking at my notes. Okay, so it's not done. Hear me out now.
Okay,
Hear me
all right.
out.
This
It's not done.
is a draft. This is a draft.
Helicopter. Rainstorm. Volcano. Turning around in our chairs, spinning around in.
Oh, the horns. The horns.
Yes. 6, 7, it's beginning. Yeah, so you got to make it lyrical. You know what I mean? So that's what I've been doing all weekend. Was listening to other intros for inspiration and the like. Okay, let's bring on our guest. Hello to the beautiful peoples. All right. Jason from Dragons and Genesis is with us. Hello, Jason.
How's it going?
I'm good. I'm late. My daughter was up till 5 in the morning, and Tim doesn't care about that.
Fun.
Listen, I care. But the show had to start.
Fine. How much time you got, Tim?
3 minutes.
But we had like 2 hours.
No, I told you.
No, 2
I
hours
have to
from
go
the
to
start.
school.
So that's
2 hours from 10 a.m. my time. 2 hours from 10 a.m. my time.
Oh, so you got to be gone at 11.
Yes, noon my time. I have to be gone.
You know, it's worse enough that you're on the East Coast, but the fact that you use their time is just even more annoying, you know?
It's Eastern Standard Time.
It's Eastern sloppy time, and we all know that. Eastern suckers time. Because you're on the East, you see.
For Billy.
Fettuccine, linguine, martini, bikini.
My kid freaking has a nightmare. I console her for hours. I oversleep,
Mikey,
but Billy has turned on me.
Nobody's blaming you, Mikey. The show just had to start.
That's fine. Well, goodbye, Tim. I'm going to hang out with my cool new white friend.
Mikey's just collecting white people.
I'm a collector. Have you seen this granola mom from 2007?
I have one question for you before I leave, Mikey. Can you tell the difference between us?
Yeah. You have a hat on.
Wow.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, you know, we do all kind of look alike. You know, shaved heads, beards, like,
yeah.
You know.
I'm not gonna front. Me and my wife have been watching Dark on Amazon, like the German kind of like,
yeah,
like mind bending time twister. She was like, "These people are all starting to look this." I was like, I didn't want to say it because it's in Germany, like it's in the Black Forest in Germany, like the source of all of like the Grimm's fairy tales.
Yeah,
it's like it's the white guy with the hair that does the, and then it's brown, and then
it's brown.
Damn, I have nothing to describe you with.
Adam says, "Got to catch them all."
I would never catch them. Did you use anything? All right. I forgot you guys are sitting there at the UTC like you're just like the best thing since sliced bread. We're trying. All right.
What are you asking?
Huh?
You asking if I used anything?
Oh, did you use any clips from the playlist?
Only the one that I put on there that was about Trump limiting ballot access and the Supreme Court approving it.
Okay. Well, me and Jason are going to talk about houselessness.
Okay.
That's what we're going to talk about. We're going to rap for a little while you're gone.
I've been unhoused, houseless.
Me too.
It's not a fun experience.
It is not. An unnecessary experience, if you ask me.
Mikey, I will leave you to it. Everyone else, I'll see you on Thursday.
Get out of here.
Have fun.
See you Thursday, or see you tomorrow. Are you not doing tomorrow?
I would, but I have to drive to Hartford at that time.
You go hang out with your best friend 50 Cent?
No, I have to do paperwork.
Is that what it's called? When you and the boys roll around on dubs, you call it paperwork?
No, I have to go to Hartford and
get a platinum chain sized up
and just give them a stack of paper that they get to look through and tell me that I did wrong.
Hey Tim, you know there's this thing out called the internet.
Yeah, you tell the state of Connecticut that.
You could take a picture of that paper.
I did.
Through electrons.
I literally, I was like, so I copied them all and I was like, can I send them to you? And they're like, no, you have to come with them in person. And I said, why?
Because you might be a fraud.
They're like, you bring the originals and we're just going to look through them. And I said, God damn it. Why? It's 2026.
Then gas up your 2022 and drive it over here. All right. Goodbye.
Bye.
Get out of here. Kick them in the
They won't let me
ribs.
leave. There we go.
You can't quit the Pin podcast. This is like Sword Art Online. All right. Greetings and salutations to all my peoples. So me and Jason know each other through, I mean, I don't even know if a lot of you Brits know this, but on Saturdays, me and my good buddy, my favorite Canadian, sorry, Ollie, Neil, we do a show every Saturday where we talk to people about how they left, you know, a damaging or toxic or sometimes just a completely benign belief system. And we do it we're doing it 3 times a week, but now we do it 1 time a week. It's called Deconversion Stories. You can catch it over there at YouTube.com/604atheist. And me and him are right there. That's how I met Jason. So Jason, if you want to do a quick little intro for the audience, like kind of what your show is about, and then what we're going to talk about today.
Yeah, so I run a show called the Dragons in Genesis podcast, and what it is, it's a secular Bible commentary. It's an audio format show, and every month I drop an episode that covers basically the next section of the Bible, starting all the way back with, in the beginning in Genesis 1, and moving on from there. Every chapter, every story, every scene gets discussed. I try to use the latest critical scholarship to do the research for the show. This includes a veritable library of expensive scholarly material, much of which is donated by my listeners so that, I can continue to do this show. A lot of these books cost, anywhere from like $80 to a few $100 for this research material. And the goal of it is to provide an easy to digest and accessible source of information concerning the Bible, the stories contained within this book, so that anyone who's interested in the topic can understand where these stories came from, what the stories are actually about. Because a lot of the information out there is either outdated or just simply not good information, as most Bible commentaries come from biblical scholars who have a theological dog in the fight. If you're a Catholic, then a commentary written by a Methodist is not really going to help you. If you're a Pentecostal, you damn sure don't want one from a Catholic. And if you're an atheist, you probably don't want one from any of those people, because they're going to try to find Jesus in the Old Testament, a bunch of books written by people who had no idea who Jesus was. And so I try to sift through all of that mess, to the best of my ability, and get down to just the core of the matter. What are these stories about without all the theological stuff getting in the way? And in doing so, I have not only created a podcast that, or a biblical commentary that is easy for atheists to experience and learn from, but also one that has begun gaining in popularity with the Christian community, as about now 25 to 30% of my audience are believers, most of which being Christian, as they come to this trying to learn more about the book from someone who doesn't want to preach at them and just wants to tell them about the story, especially the parts that their pastors and priests don't talk about. And over the last, I think it's like 11 or 12 years that I've been doing this show, it has now become, as far as I can tell, the largest secular Bible commentary podcast anywhere. I cannot find one that is bigger by number of downloads per month, and I can't even really find any that are still going. Most of them, they pop up, and by the time they get done with the book of Genesis, if they even finish Genesis, they're done with the whole mess. I just finished writing the episodes for the Gospel of Luke, and I'm currently doing research for the Gospel of John. The entirety of the Old Testament is done. A lot of the 7 of the epistles of Paul are done. We also took a little detour into the book of Enoch a few years ago. So I covered all of First Enoch, which is a batshit crazy book. Like if you want to read about angels having sex with people and creating a race of giants that like turn into vampires, and like that's just in the first dozen chapters, okay? Then that's where you want to go, okay? Enoch is where it's at. So, yeah, we do, Bible and Bible adjacent material. Though Enoch is in some Bibles. It's just not in yours. And that's another thing. there's a lot of material that we cover on the show that you might not be familiar with. Like when near the end of the book of Daniel, he gets in a fight with a dragon. Your Bible probably doesn't have that. I've got a couple copies that do. And so we cover stuff like that. So if you want to know what the Bible really says and what the stories are really about, yeah, that's what you want to do. You want to check out the show. Plus, we have angel sex.
How did we end up with the undragon version of the Bible? Like, fuck you, Council of Nicaea. Like,
Yeah.
the exciting version.
You know, like there's all sorts of stuff. You know, like there's a lot of really cool stuff we just didn't get, and you know, it was just people saw one version. They said, "Man, I really like this one," and other people were like, "Okay, but that's a bit too exciting, and churches need to be kind of dry and dusty," and so they just went with the crappier version of the books. Yeah, but that's the fun part about the show is we get into all the different versions and where they came from and why the different versions exist.
So I'm already a follower of the podcast over on that Spotify. So I did leave the link down there in the chat, along with in the description. You guys will notice it's been updated. All of the links for Jason's projects are in there. So do what we always do. We oversaturate everything with likes and subscribes. Suck on that algorithm. Huh.
And if you like the Bible study Pornhub logo shirt, this is a creation of mine. I've been selling this shirt for about 7 or 8 years. Some other people started, like someone noticed this at some point. And about 4 years ago, these started popping up elsewhere. So there are knockoffs out there, but down below you'll find the OG design for the Bible study t-shirt. I actually searched all over Google, like trying to find anything like this before I made it, or after I made the design, but before I applied it to a shirt. Could not find it anywhere. And then a few years later, it started popping up in quite a few different places. But this is the OG right behind me. So,
and it's great on two levels, because not only do all of us disgusting perverts get the joke,
yeah,
but enough Christians get the jokers are like, how do you know what this is?
Yeah. Yeah, and you look at the overlap between like Christianity and certain searches online, and it looks kind of like a Waffle House distribution map. It's all in the Southeast. You know, I mean, there's a few little dots here and there, but no, the Christian, without Christianity, porn would not exist. You know,
for the last maybe 3 or 4 years, I've done the Pornhub like searches results. They put out a big stinking like 15-page document every year in December, about halfway through December, and I get to look and see who's been watching what. Would you believe that during the first mass deportation, Latina and ethnic were way up for some reason, and now, or 2025, would you believe femboy and trans jumped up 14 slots? Man, those trans people must have bought a lot of phones and computers to be 1% of the population.
Right.
Jumped themselves up 14.
Yeah. It's amazing how that happens. Or every time there's a big like Christian conference, especially if it's like clergy, like the amount of adult movie sales being charged to hotel rooms jumps way up. Assorted like gay sex internet searches, like Grindr crashes if you get a bunch of clergy in the same city. Like it just
or the RNC.
Oh yeah, they will tank that thing. Their
little servers are just smoking.
Yeah.
Stop!
You know, it's
have mercy, I'm just a boy.
Yeah, it's and it's like guys, come on, just Just admit it, and
don't
care. Just move on with life. It's okay.
We don't
it's
care.
okay.
None of our business. You're just being weird, and that's why we said something.
It was like that one pastor. I can't remember his name, but apparently he was really into watching his wife with the pool guy. They're connected with like Liberty University.
Oh boy.
And they were like getting all upset. It's like, hang on. It's okay. It's okay. Now you shouldn't be like bashing other people for their kinks, but the fact that you're doing it's okay, dude. Calm down. Don't apologize for that. Y'all were all adults. Y'all are all
consenting adults.
I mean, I don't know if he paid the pool guy or not. I think that's an extra charge. But I don't know. That's not my business.
If they got extra pool guy money, then they got extra pool guy money. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Of course, this is all like tithing from the Christians because they're real. That particular group is real big into you got to dig deep. You want to get into heaven. I got to pay my pool guy for the extra services that are not listed on the website. Okay.
Muttley, thank you very much. Come on, guys. They're not looking for gay sex. They need to know where to preach and save souls. So they're
exactly.
They want to do a targeted message.
Yeah.
And the only way to find the people is to use the internet to locate where the people are. So it's just, they're just so benevolent. And one thing. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Could you imagine if like you're a gay dude and your phone lights up, suddenly you got a hookup, you show up at this dude's hotel and he just pulls out a Bible and wants to that would be so horrible. Jeez. Like
I imagine it would work with like 1 out of 10,000 people.
If someone's got that kink out there.
They would still have sex.
Yeah,
But then they might convert and also do the sex thing.
Someone sees, the priest with that little black outfit and the little Roman collar, and it just does it for him,
That's why I got my Abdul Sayed V-neck on.
Yeah.
Trying to bring in the crowds. I need to get some more of these.
Yeah. So, it's great.
Okay, but we are here. That's the show. So you guys should check out the show. Go watch the show or listen to the show. Do it. I command it.
Or else
bad things will happen to the dog.
Yeah.
Not over here.
Yeah.
I'll tell him he's not a good boy.
Yeah. 100% of people who drown in Noah's flood did not subscribe to my podcast.
Coincidence? I think not. Take that with you as you go.
Yeah.
But Jason messaged me last week, and then I did a typical me. But he's here this week. The topic he wanted to talk about was homelessness or houselessness or unhoused people, however you want to vernacularize it. But the crisis of people sleeping in their cars, sleeping in forest preserves, camping, that kind of stuff. Tim ran away already because he's a coward. But Tim is at the soup kitchen every Thursday. He's like, "Hurry it up, Mikey. I gotta go. I got you. I got a community to save. Hurry your ass up." So it's, if you guys think like all this stuff is just, the world is so bad and so terrible, it's only bad and terrible because you look at the bad and terrible parts. There's lots of good parts that are happening right now. You just got to know where to look. And that's why Jason is here, and he's going to talk to us about that kind of stuff. So I will shut my blabbering self up for a few seconds, let you introduce some topics, or if you've got any clips or anything you want to pull up, I can be that.
Yeah. So I kind of got into this. This was really back in maybe like 2002. I was living in Houston. I just moved there from a small town in rural Louisiana. I had never seen a homeless person before then. Like I knew they existed because I had TV. I had seen movies. They usually pop up out of the alleys with a switchblade. And despite being homeless, their hair is like slicked back and stuff because it was the 80s. Right. Or they got the perms. And it was weird. 80s homeless people were very strange.
I think
yeah. And so like I get to Houston and I encounter, I'm like hanging around downtown one night with some friends and I see homeless people for the first time in my life. And I'm, waiting for one of them to pop out with a switchblade. And of course, like that didn't happen. And I kind of became curious. I was like, what is it like to be homeless? I just kind of wanted to know. And because I'm autistic and the way that society and stuff works kind of doesn't make any sense to me. And trying to live up to any expectation of societal norms, it really doesn't make any sense. I got the idea, like the same night that I saw a homeless person, and like an hour later, I'm talking to one of my friends in like an IHOP, and I'm like, I think I want to be homeless one day, so just so I can learn what it is. Fast forward some years, and I sold like everything I had. Like I sold my car. I got out of my house. Like everything. At this point, there was like 2 boxes of personal belongings that I could not replace, and then my backpack. Personal belongings were held by a person that I trusted, and everything else I owned was in a backpack. And I just kind of walked out of my life because I still wanted to know what it was like to be homeless. I needed to know because my autistic brain does not let things go. If the question pops up, I have to get an answer. And I just kind of walked out of my life for several months. I learned how to hitchhike from homeless people. I learned how to hop trains from homeless people. Dumpster diving, how to avoid cops, all sorts of things, And for the next several months, it was a mixture of hanging out with homeless people, hitchhiking, occasionally interspersed with just camping and couch surfing. And like during that time, I realized that there's this entire subset of our society that we basically just shit on all of the time. And these people, they're not like popping out of alleys with switchblades, trying to demand money from you. They're mostly just keeping their heads down and looking out for each other and just traveling around trying to survive the day. That's their primary goal. I need to try to make it through today. Many of which have no plan for tomorrow because they don't know if they're going to get there. And it really opened my eyes. And whenever this learning experience concluded, one of the things I started doing was finding different homeless shelters and just finding out, like, what do y'all need? And we've got one here in Charlotte where they have an Amazon wish list. And I try like once a month to just get on there and look at their high priority products and say, okay, what can I afford this month? And okay, let me add these 2 or 3 things to the cart and check out, done. And it's usually things like socks. That's the big thing. It's usually socks. And it was just this eye-opening experience to hang out with these people, to go in and them knowing that I wasn't really homeless. I was just a guy who was kind of bouncing around and trying to know what it was like, and them to basically just take me in and say, dude, it's fine. You're with us. Let's go get some food. And then they would teach me how to get food, and things like that. And it was, it was strange. Like I grew up Christian. I've bounced around to a few different Christian denominations. I visited a few different churches, and then later deconverted and became an atheist. And the most open, welcoming, and non-judgmental community I have ever seen is beneath an overpass. I have never experienced that immediate belonging in any group ever. I don't think it's possible, because I think to get past whatever little biases each person has, you have to be in an extremely dire situation. And I don't really know of one that's more dire than basically losing everything.
And it seems to me that whenever people have the most skin in the game, or they have the least to contribute, they are the most human. And like, however our society is rung up and structured, and the different tiers, and then the chutes and ladders game that is our economy. Like, when people are at the very bottom, or they're in a spot where it is very hard for them to go upward, they are very benevolent, and they are very generous and willing to share and share knowledge, which is even more important. You know, it's one thing to split a sandwich with somebody. It's another thing to tell somebody where they can eat on a reliable basis. Like, that's just,
yeah.
Rich, if you took Bill Gates and Elon and made them poor, do you think they're sharing the knowledge of where to eat with other people? They're like, nope, and then I can sell the sandwiches to the other homeless.
Yeah. Funny story about sandwiches. I was in Eastern Tennessee one day. I'm hitchhiking across the state, and I end up beneath this overpass. It's raining, and there's these like 3 other homeless guys under there. I go under there, I'm hanging out with them, and none of us had any food, but we were all hungry. One guy had managed to panhandle like $1, and another guy had a loaf of bread, and another guy, he had like some condiments, and like we looked around at what we had, and we're like, oh, hang on, we can actually have food.
Yeah,
and
we
so
have a meal here.
Everyone like scrounged together their money, and one person went to the gas station nearby and bought a pack of lunch meat. And then all of a sudden, we basically have like this potluck underneath this overpass, and all of us are eating ham and cheese sandwiches while hiding out from the rain and hiding from cops. And it's like just pulling out packets of like mayonnaise and mustard and ketchup and barbecue sauce and whatever that had been picked up out of truck stops, at the little deli section. And like none of us had food, but all of us had something that we could contribute. And then suddenly we all had full stomachs, and like I have seen greater generosity from people whose belongings could fit in a single Walmart shopping bag than from any person with a job. And I've seen this multiple times. I have literally seen homeless people go dumpster diving so they could take the food and prepare meals and bring it to a park in Providence, Rhode Island to give to homeless people. Like, imagine you have nothing and you go out and you're like, let me find some food. Awesome. Who can I give this to?
Right.
And as all these other people are eating and stuff, then you sit down and you start eating. Like, I have been brought to tears by the generosity of people who had absolutely nothing, the only thing they had was something they just got out of a dumpster 30 minutes earlier. It's crazy. And we criminalize this. Like
and honestly, if I can throw a little history bomb in here, and also we have a super chat. My unfinished journey, $6.66. Thank you so much. Let's
Falwell, Jerry Falwell. That's the guy. I couldn't remember his name.
This one's for Mikey.
Hail Nero, hail Mikey and Tim, and hail Jerry Falwell's pool boy. Good times. Good times.
Because you are making the president look bad.
Oh, two more. Editing previous super chat. Jason, not Jim. Don't. Oh, there you go. I thought you said Tim, but then you hit the J, but it's cool. So Jason's involved. That's always good. But the amount of generosity from people who have so little, I think a lot of people kind of already know that because a lot of their friends and like when it comes to like their friends aren't super fucking rich, but my friends will go through a brick wall for me. It's just something about gold coins that just makes you into a dragon of sort, a Smaug, if you will. And it only takes a little bit of gold. And then people are just completely willing to sacrifice all of their innate human nice, kind nature. They're just like, no, but if I do this, I'll win the game. So I'm gonna do. It's like at some point you have to drop the game, guys. At some point we are mammals living outside, and we should address each other as such.
Yeah. I think it comes from in like an ancient time when we really had to like hoard food at the end of the year in order to survive winter. And the more you have in storage, the closer you are to the bad times. And so you have this urgency to collect more, to put more nuts in the tree, because you're about to go through, 4 or 5 months in which there's no more coming in and you just have to watch your supplies dwindle. And so the more you get, the more you really need. And unfortunately, that part of our programming, it really works against us at a certain point. And we get far more than we could ever have, that we could ever use, and we could ever spend. And it's like, well, I just have to get more and become more and more greedy, become just worse and worse humans. The more a person earns in a year, the worse of a person they become, and it kind of just escalates from there.
Granted, there's some broke bad eggs, but we ain't talking about them today.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying that any one group of society is, without its dipshits. It's certainly not. Not by a long shot. And I've had some run-ins with homeless people who, were horrible, violent people. But I've had more trouble just, in your regular day-to-day life than with any homeless people. So, it's a mixed bag.
And the amount of people that I run into on a daily basis because I mean, I typically dress, and I'm 39, guys. It's hard for me to give a fuck like what other people think about like how I'm dressed or whatever. So I might show up in sweatpants, my ramen noodle hoodie, and bright green shoes. And then people will look at me like, oh, he's not supposed to be. I'm like, I showered. I don't smell, but it's like just even my appearance doesn't appear like they think I'm homeless or they think I'm up to no good or whatever. Like they not only do they have a contempt for those people who have less than them, but they have an internalized way of recognizing those people, which they can just slap on anybody like a bumper sticker and treat you any old kind of way. Like, I know I'm black and 6 foot and I get followed through stores all the time. Like, that's not the shit I'm talking about. That shit is normal. But just the additional extra layer when I'm not dressed my best, if I'm not wearing, a local sports team and some blue jeans, if I'm wearing just what is comfortable for me, they think I'm trying to get in the bathroom so I can camp out. It's like, calm down. Even if I was doing that, that's not the worst thing that's happened to you today.
Yeah, and it's strange. People, just like society in general, will look at a person, look at how they're dressed, make some judgment about how much money they believe the person has access to, and based on that number that they've come up with in their heads, will decide that that person is no longer a person. They should not be treated as a human being. They should be deserving of this horrible abuse. I mean, like when I was out on the road, I was coming through Mobile, Alabama, and the entire ordeal of just passing through this one small city. Like it took 2 days because I was constantly being harassed by cops. Like I nearly got arrested for walking.
Don't let it happen again.
Yeah, I asked a cop for directions, and he put me in the back seat of his car, hauled me back like 4 miles back the way I came, dumped me off on the side of the interstate, and said, "If I see you again, I'll either arrest you for public intoxication, or I'll shoot you for resisting arrest."
But I was going that way. You took me back.
And I'm like I asked, he was like standing there, and I just said, "Hey, officer, can I ask you a question? I'm trying to get to this place. Am I going in the right direction?" And that's what happened.
Community service.
Are you kidding me? And so then I had to find a way to get across this city without being detected by the police, which is not easy in a big, wide, flat, open place like Mobile. Lots of visibility in that place. And luckily, there were homeless people who were able to help me out, and thought, I can get you across town. But it took 2 days to get across this city that I could have walked across in a few hours. Because I had to hide from the cops the whole time.
That's low-key fucking bogus. He was like, and back to start.
Yeah,
yeah.
Dude,
and I'm like, I just crossed that 4 miles, man. My feet remember that 4 miles.
Yeah, they certainly did. And I'm like walking through town, and a person driving by just randomly threw a cheeseburger at me. Like a person yelled like, "Hey, bum," and all of a sudden this cheeseburger just hits me in the chest, and I'm like, okay.
Handed it to me, but I mean,
yeah, and I'm just like, I've been pelted with food. I've had like someone throw a rock at me. The same day as the cop and the cheeseburger.
Mobile is some assholes.
I decided that day that I would never stop for gas in Mobile. I would never spend a dime in that shithole of a city. Every single person I met in Mobile, with the exception of a waitress at a Steak and Shake, every single person I met there was just horrible. And I'm not saying everyone in Mobile is horrible.
You're saying your experience, everyone
my experience was horrible, and every homeless person I talked to said, "Do not go to Mobile." And one homeless guy, he goes, "Yeah, I spent a while in Mobile, and I left whenever the cops shot a friend of mine."
Wow.
And I'm like, "What?"
Wow.
Yeah, I've seen cops like grab a homeless guy and just like take his bag and just dump everything out, kind of kick through it with their boots, and then just go, "Okay, you're fine. You're free to go." And then just walk off and like leave all this stuff in the mud. Like for no reason, like to just walk up to the person and do this and then just walk off. And that's like, if you run into an economic, tragedy in your life where you cannot afford a place to live, you cannot afford a house or rent, you could even still have a job, okay? And this is what you can expect. And the bad part is like this sort of treatment is like, according to the law, there's nothing wrong with it. It's legal. In some states, you can be arrested and charged with a felony for sleeping in your car. Like, I don't mean like a little slap on the wrist. No, I mean like, for instance,
jail.
In Tennessee, up to 6 years in a federal prison for sleeping in your car on the first offense.
What state was that?
Tennessee. 6 years in prison. To put that into perspective, like if in Tennessee, if you beat your wife unconscious, you can't get 6 years for that. You have to bring in a deadly weapon and potentially use it. You have to show you were intent on causing severe bodily harm, but not quite attempted murder. in order to get 6 years for domestic violence. But sleeping in your car, yeah, you can face 6 years in prison in Tennessee.
So I was wondering when this law came in. Quick Google. Felony charge in 2022. So after the whole COVID happened, we go into lockdown, businesses are all fucked up, people are losing their livelihoods, they don't know what to do. In 2022, so 18 months after the whole fiasco starts, Tennessee became the first state to make unauthorized camping on public property a Class E felony, which is can lead up to 6 years in prison and a $3,000 fine for somebody with no fucking money. So if you want to get a new license, if you want to get a state ID, if you want to get your gun license, they're going to need that $3,000 first. So this is like, if people are unfamiliar with how fucked the criminal justice system is, any number of these fines that are attached to someone's crime, like if you get a DUI or something like that, it's a DUI plus 5 to 10 grand and fees and fines and shit like that. And you're like, you can't have any of your government sponsored licenses or IDs. You will not get those until you pay that money. What's that? You just got a tax return? No, you didn't. That's going to the fees and taxes and all that shit that you own. So it's easy for people to get behind and never get back on the other side of having an ID in good standing and having a good account with the state.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And it's not just easy to get behind like that, to go down this road and never be able to come back. It is designed that way. If you don't have a permanent residence, it becomes nearly impossible to get a job.
Yeah.
And because to get the job, you have to have a permanent address. And the vast majority of jobs that are going to pay enough for you to have an actual address are not going to hire you if you do not have an address.
Yep.
And even if you can get this job, how are you going to sleep? Sleeping is a felony.
Yeah.
Sleeping is I do not know another subset of society in this country who can be charged with a felony for existing. At least not yet. I think we're heading in that direction, but that's a topic for a whole different episode. But I mean, think about it. Like, you take a nap. Well, you're a criminal. Like,
you can't do that.
That is a criminal charge right there.
You have to stay awake.
Exactly. And so you can be charged with a felony for sleeping. And there was like a court ruling. I'm trying to remember the exact year. I wanted to say it was maybe a couple of years after that particular law was passed in Tennessee. Supreme Court ruled that charging homeless people with a felony for sleeping was not considered a cruel and unusual punishment. And they're like, it doesn't matter if they have no alternatives. It doesn't matter if all the homeless shelters are full or if there is no homeless shelter. If you sleep and you were arrested for it and you were jailed for it, it is not cruel and unusual punishment. We can attack you for sleeping.
This year from the Nashville Banner, how a Supreme Court ruling on homelessness is resonating with Nashville's unhoused community. In Tennessee, sleeping on public property was already a Class E felony. The ruling grants Pass v. Johnson will make fighting the state's felony camping law more difficult. So they said no.
I think that Grants Pass versus Johnson. So I think Grants Pass is in Oregon, and it was I think it was a 2024 Supreme Court ruling on that case. I'm pretty sure Grants Pass is in Oregon. So this opened the door for anything from like the city all the way up to state level to just make whatever kind of laws they want concerning the mistreatment of people who don't have a house. Right. And this can, depending on location, because a lot of these laws are like state, county, and even city specific.
Yeah,
but they can do this for sleeping in your car. Like you're a college kid and you don't have money for dorm fees, so you sleep in your car between going to school and going to your 2 different jobs that you work. You can be thrown in prison for that because you're apparently a horrible person for trying to get ahead in life and not be drowning in a $400,000 mortgage while you're in college. Like this is specifically designed to target people who don't have anything and to just try to take more away from them. And to make matters even worse, this is becoming more common. More laws like this are being passed, throughout the country. And it actually cost. The funny part is, measures like this actually cost taxpayers more money.
Yeah.
So okay, I think the average amount it cost, in the average money it cost the taxpayer to deal with the average homeless person is about $45,000 a year. Most of this is supporting them while they're in jail because they got arrested for sleeping. Okay, right. Emergency room visits because they got injured, they got abused by cops, they OD'd or something like that. And other issues related with being homeless. That's where a significant portion of that $45,000 a year goes for these homeless people. Do you know how much it costs to just put a homeless person in a stable home environment, like in some kind of state-run facility where they can just live, basically like a low
like a halfway
maintenance apartment, where they just put them in one of these things and provide food and medical attention for them?
Probably like 10 grand.
It's 13.
Yeah.
So basically, it cost a third per homeless person to fix the problem than to attack them for having the problem. Because once you put them in some little, low rent housing thing that the state runs, suddenly the instances of drug abuse fall sharply. The instances of alcoholism decrease sharply, because a lot of these things are being done, but because they are so miserable, it's escapism. Right. I mean, there is a significant degree of chemical addiction, which can be treated once you have them in a permanent dwelling.
This person's wild and unstable. They haven't eaten or slept regularly in 2 years, and they have a chemical addiction. Let's give them sandwiches and cereal in the morning and a big roast beef dinner at night and some meds and some water and a shower. I bet they turn into a person overnight.
It's funny because you take most of these people, you give them a place to live, you provide food and medical care. The cost of dealing with them drops to literally a third. And within a matter of months, you've rehabilitated the person to the point where you can now look at maybe moving them to like a halfway house. You can start looking at job placement. You can start getting them on the road to just being a regular member of society again, provided you don't like crash the economy, so that you can short some stocks and get rich off of it. And, all of that, that's a whole other topic. But
what if they all just came up with their own meme coin? Isn't that the way to the future? Just AI themselves into an upwardly mobile position?
Maybe the homeless
society?
people could do that. They could just come out with, some kind of, I don't know, like
unhoused coin.
Yeah. They got like hobo coin or something, and they're gonna. You have to invest in it early, okay?
You gotta get into the ground level, or else you're gonna miss out.
That. I think that'd be hilarious if they came up with something like that. Got absolutely like obscenely, like disgustingly rich off of it, and then just cashed out of the whole thing and was like, see ya, suckers. You know, and they just like bought up all the vacant houses and like,
well, that would be
you know,
private equity. Private equity is doing that for us right now. We can allow private equity to steal all of the empty housing that could have been used for houseless people. Christy has a good question here. Mikey, question: how does it work for those children who are in the foster system or care system when they hit 18 in the U.S.? Are they basically turned out onto the streets? I don't think so. But typically, if kids are in foster care, there's either like a college placement thing or a job placement thing, or they're going to stay with the foster people for a little bit longer. I'll have to do some little investigation on it, but I don't think they're just like, all right, you're an adult, peace out. It's the first, gotta go.
You know, in this country, I wouldn't be surprised if they were just like, dude, why don't you have 3 jobs in a house already? You know, lazy. Honestly, if they just pointed to the door and said, yeah, you need to walk through there now or we're calling the cops, I would not be surprised. I haven't personally looked into it, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Here's a sobering statistic also from Christy. Thanks, Christy. Last year it was estimated that 771,480 people were experienced homelessness in the USA. And that's people sleeping in their cars. Like, there's people who work 2 jobs. Their address is their old apartment, and they sleep in the Walmart parking lot. They shower at the gym. They do Uber Eats, so they just pick up food while they're out. Like, it's the most expensive way to live. But that is also the other kind of seesaw in this equation, is the fact that they are living the most expensive life that any of us could possibly live because they do not have a fridge. They do not have a wardrobe to put extra clothes and all this other stuff. Everything has to be worn at the moment or be very small and light and can be carried. You know what I mean? Like, just having a place to put all of your stuff and to come back to the same place every night saves you so much money that you don't realize you're saving.
Yeah. Being poor is very expensive.
It's expensive to be poor, especially here in America, where everything is already ridiculously expensive and overpriced. And then imagine you don't have any income. Well, yeah, a packer. I love my ramen hoodie. It's over here. But ramen when I was in high school was a dime. Or no, it was like 5 cents. And then I remember, oh shit, ramen's a dime. That was me graduating. 1 pack of ramen noodles is $1.39. I don't know how we got here, but the world is crazy.
Yeah.
Even for broke people.
Yeah. And like, think about all the things you have to buy that are cheaper, where if you bought the more expensive version, it would actually save you money, like shoes. If you're homeless, you're going to have to do a lot of walking. You're going to put a lot of wear and tear on your shoes. And you can't afford, an $80 pair of Merrell hiking boots. You have to go to like, I don't know if Payless
Walmart
is still a thing, but you basically got to buy the Temu version. It costs $20. That's all you can afford, if you can afford that. And you're going to blow those things out in like a month.
Easy.
Now you have to go and do it again. And you have to go do it again. Okay. Dude, I got a pair of hiking boots that I've had since 2002. I mean, the sole, like they're pretty bare. Like they're pretty, flat on the bottom. They're not really good for hiking on trails, but for taking my dogs to the park, they're perfect. I use them for that weekly. These shoes are like almost 25 years old, and I still wear them weekly. That way I don't put wear and tear on my real hiking boots. You can't do that with cheap stuff. Okay. But you can't afford, you don't have the money up front to buy a decent pair of shoes. And it's like that with laundry. You have to go to the laundromat and feed in a bunch of quarters to buy the detergent because you don't have a place to put detergent, and to feed the washers and to feed the dryers. And, because you can't hook up a washer and dryer to the trunk of your car, because you have to have that in order to have your job, but you can't spend your money on the appliance because you don't have a place to live, or you have a place to live, but you can't afford the cost of installing a washer and dryer because you don't have the money. And when that tax return comes in like February, guess what? That money's already earmarked for something else that you have to buy. Like a tooth extraction because you couldn't afford to go to the dentist to get that cavity filled. And 6 years later, the tooth snapped in half and you've been dealing with an exposed nerve for 9 months, waiting on that tax return so you can go to the dentist and get it pulled. That is what being homeless is. It is extremely expensive to your mind, to your body, and to your bank account. Just so you can afford to continue working. That's it. It's wage slavery.
Exactly that.
And it's designed, everything from, food stamps to welfare and everything. It's designed to keep you there, because if you start to earn a little bit of money, then all of that gets taken away.
Right. And that's the point. Real quick, we got 10 gifted subs. So the following people are now Binsiders. Paul Condron. Oh, wait, Tim's not here. I got to do the buttons too. Hold on. Let's do this one.
Fettuccine, linguine, martini, bikini.
Jimmy Blue, 2009.
I love Tesla.
Cannon Bay.
I'll write it and we'll do it live.
Yeah, Bill. Fish-eyed Fool, 9219.
You're making me cry. Life's hard enough as it is. You don't want to cry anymore.
I spelled this wrong.
Girls are fighting, aren't they?
I almost had a heart attack trying to read that because it was spelled funny. How am I looking?
I've never had my flabbers so gasted.
You look great. Ghost Pouch.
You have no decency. You have no honor.
Of course they do. And the Salt Pal.
Stupido.
Shut up, Rudy Giuliani. And lastly, Rustinho.
Does anybody know what the he just said? No.
All of you are now insiders for the Bin Podcast Network. Please enjoy some of our delicious members-only content. And this hour will be brought to you commercial-free thanks to our patron, Scott, Viper Scott. Everybody say thank you, Viper Scott, in the chat right now. Do it. I think I saw a couple of people are asking you a lot of questions in here. I'm missing most of them. So sorry, guys. We've touched a nerve here. My unfinished. Oh wait, I went too far back. Hold on. Hold please. I saw another super chat and it was exactly $2. There's the thing. Oh, here it is. Oh, don't diss the homeless. Like and share the stream. Thank you, my unfinished sock. That is very. That's where we're at. But Chrissy did some digging. He said apparently once the kids are 18, they're emancipated and they got to figure it out.
Basically tossed out, like get lost.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's horrible. Your value as a human is very much determined by your checking account in this country. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. And if you have no money, there is no way to get money.
No.
To get you and your, I mean, heaven forbid you have kids, you know what I mean, or a family that you're trying to support while you guys are struggling with houselessness and trying to find a place to stay.
Yeah.
It is like, as much as people want to, these DSA members and these communists, this shit is terrible and it's gonna be the worst. I'm like, brother, we have houses for people to live in. I don't think we should let nerds with AI own all the houses and just manipulate the prices of the housing so that no one's gonna have. Because if you don't make $100,000, you're not but 2 paychecks away from all the people that we've been describing for the last hour.
Yeah, most of the homeless people I met had become homeless within 6 months of me meeting them because their company went under, their job got outsourced, things like that, and it's becoming, like it's becoming worse now. The amount of people who are, waking up to find that they got an email from HR telling them they no longer had a job because, a bot was going to do 80% of their job and the company doesn't really care about the other 20%. They'll just get by without them. And now they have to go looking for, and it's like, when this happens, especially, in large corporations, which are doing this, you've suddenly got, hundreds of people in this one particular subset of the industry looking for a job. You all have the exact same qualifications. You were all recently unemployed, and you're now all competing with each other for a job that other companies are phasing out.
Right.
They're like, oh, and so the market just becomes oversaturated with people just like you. And then they basically have to go and try to all get into some kind of trade job that hasn't been, gobbled up by AI. And then suddenly that has a ripple effect. The trade jobs are now paying less because there's an abundance of available labor to fill those roles. And it cascades. And all of a sudden you've got people, who were just a few months ago, making regular mortgage payments and now are trying to learn how to hitchhike. And like I've met these, I have slept right beside people like that beneath overpasses all over the eastern half of the country. And I've, for a while I was a truck driver and I was also like a driver trainer. And I have trained people who a few months earlier had been homeless. The economy tanked. They end up homeless. And eventually they get to some place that had a program that would help you learn some kind of skill to try to put you back to work. And then they ended up getting their CDL and now they're truck drivers. And so it's like
making good money now.
Yeah. And, so like the funny part is they're still homeless. They just operate everything out of their truck. And they're like, look, I can't get a mortgage because I became homeless. I don't have a credit score anymore. Yeah. I was homeless for several years. And so they're having to start over from scratch. Like I've literally trained people who, in like 2009 became homeless and now they're making over $100,000 a year and they can't get a house. Because they
barely enough.
They don't have a good credit score because they were homeless for several years. And so it's they have to pay cash for everything. It's ridiculous.
And I'm just going to jump in for a second. And it's not just like, oh, this person wants to buy a house. Well, then they should rent an apartment, brother. It's telling you,
to buy a house.
When it comes to getting in these apartments, number one, you have to have a good credit score. You have to have a perfectly clean criminal history. And it's not like on some pedo shit, but on like some, if you have like, you got in a bar fight, right? And you got like an assault with a weapon or something because you bottled somebody at a bar fight. You may not be able to live in a lot of complexes. You may not pass the background check. They may not allow those kinds of people in there. So that's one. You have to have a squeaky clean record. You got to have a credit score. And then even if you wanted to pay cash for everything, the rent is so high now. It's so high. Like me and my wife were looking to purchase a home 2021, 2-ish. Market was crazy. Everything went nuts. Also, private equity moved in. So if you wanted a house, let's say you wanted a $250,000 3-bedroom house, okay-ish yard, that's normal for around here. Out here in the corn country of Illinois. Brother, all those houses are gone. You'll have to buy a brand new house. They're starting in the 450s. It's like a 450. It's like, but you'll have this big old house. It's like, I can't afford the big old house. I'd like a little house. No, we don't sell little houses no more. We only rent those out for about $2,500, $2,800 a month. And it's like,
that's double what a mortgage would be for that place. It's like, exactly.
Yeah.
Because they don't own the place yet. They just bought it, and then you're going to pay the mortgage, and then they're going to make the mortgage off of that place. So all of that is being allowed to happen to the housing market whilst these people are trying to upwardly lift themselves.
Yeah.
The two cannot mix.
Yeah.
So we have to attack the rabid capitalism. We have to attack, in my opinion, we have to attack this from both sides. We need to go after the private equity who's ruining the housing market. But in the meantime, we need to support the people who have been betrayed by this system. Because I'm telling you right now, if Trump keeps it up and he this beef shit, oh my God, these poor fucking beef ranchers. I don't know what, I mean, they've spit on it. They've shined it. They've done everything to make this man happy. And he just continually fucks their lives. Just continually. So what happens to them, right? What happened to all the people that got doged, the 400,000 people that lost their job? Where are they right now? Probably living in their car. Politics affects society, affects politics, affects, it is a cyclical thing. We have to take care of each other if we want our politics to look the right way.
Yeah. Yeah. So I bought my house. I live in Charlotte. I bought my house, I think, 11 years ago. It's a 2-bedroom, 1-bath brick house built in the late 50s. Really good condition. A little over a half acre of land. It's all fenced in. Nice little house for someone who doesn't have kids. I bought it for $65,000. A house right down the road, almost identical to mine, built in the same year, within about 150 square foot of my house.
Right.
Recently sold for $365,000.
And then they say, just take out a 30-year mortgage, Jason. Or no, a 50. Yeah. What am I saying? Just take out a 50-year. I was like, you'll never own that fucking house.
No.
And it's not that big of a house for me to pay you guys forever.
Yeah, I'm lucky. I'm so glad. Anyone listening right now, do not try to buy a house. Not right now.
We got to
not try to buy a house right now. It is insane. Okay, it is a mistake to try to buy a house right now, unless it's like your grandmother's house and she's trying to sell it to you for like $100,000. Okay,
you better know the person.
yeah. Okay. Anything else? Do not buy a house right now. This is the worst time, because when this bubble crashes, you're going to be sitting on a $450,000, $500,000 mortgage in a house that ain't worth $80,000.
It's great, and they just think that this is not going to flip. It's going to fall in on itself.
Yeah,
these houses ain't worth what they're selling them for.
No, and one of the things that's happening is these real estate development companies, they're buying up neighborhoods full of houses made in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. They bulldoze the whole thing. They pack the land with 4 times the amount of houses it once held, and these houses are built out of the cheapest garbage. A mile away from here, there's this whole big subdivision that was put up around the time I bought my house. Okay. I was walking my dog down those roads before they even had sidewalks put in. The neighborhood was being built. Right. No one even lived in it yet. Okay?
It wasn't even developed yet. Yeah.
Yeah. Some of the houses were just concrete foundations. I walk down there now. These houses are falling apart. The wall, the siding is buckling because the cheap materials they used to build them has now settled, and the siding is now warped because the whole thing is, you can look at it
because they're not,
and you can see the lines. It's crooked. These houses, parts of the foundations have cracked. I've walked by a foundation and seen a 1/2-inch wide crack running right up the side of the thing, and the back of the house, you can look at the roof line and you can see the dip.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this house is 10 years old. They've still got 20 years on their mortgage, and they may have another 5 before the house is going to just fall apart around them.
And that's South Carolina. So what do you expect? At least 4 to 6 big storms?
Yeah.
And they're already
and they're
already weeble wobbling.
you got maybe another 5 years before you're gonna have to just move out of that house. You're 20 years away from getting it paid off, and it needs $80,000 worth of repairs if you're
already.
Lucky. So the houses you can buy now are not worth owning. They're certainly not worth the price they're charging for it. If you can get into something that's 40 or 50 years old and do most of the work yourself, and you can get it for less than $100,000, then you're golden. But you've got to buy it from a person because those houses are selling for close to $500,000 now. And once you pay the interest on that, you get a $300,000 mortgage. You're going to be paying $600,000 once it's all said and done, if you actually finish paying it off. It's and people are expecting. If you look at the average cost of a house in America today, and you look at what it takes to afford that, it's the top 15 to 18% of the population can actually afford that.
Because
80%
remember,
of the
guys, you have
workforce cannot afford that. 80% of people working full-time jobs, plural, cannot afford the average American house.
What do you think? What do you think is fair for people to put down on a house?
My numbers would be based off of what I went through, back in the day. I mean, so whenever I bought my house, which was like when I bought my house, this was right around the time I started my podcast. Okay. So my podcast, which isn't that old, completely spans like from reasonable housing prices to absolute shit show. That's how quickly we devolved. At that point, if you bought a house for approximately doubled your annual salary, you were good. Now, you're looking at like 5 times your annual salary is kind of what you would have to pay to get a house, and that's simply unreasonable. You're going to go bankrupt. Eventually the bank will take possession of your home.
So this it's saying here the typical is 10% down. People like to put 10% down, and the average cost of a house is $410,000 to $434,000. So hey guys,
you got to put
save
40K.
a little net. Just take 35 to 40K, sit it aside, don't touch it, and then you're ready to purchase a house. Everybody does that.
Yeah, everyone's just got 40K just sitting around doing.
Or if you only have like 10 or 12K, you're just going to have to eat that in interest. But you'll be in a house. You'll be in a house
for a couple of years, and then you'll get foreclosed on. It'll be purchased in auction by a person,
and then they'll resell it. The same guy sitting in that office with you will be showing that house to another person in 2 years.
It'll get picked up by somebody. It'll be rented out for 5 years. Then it'll be sold to someone else. No one has 40 grand to just. Your average person doesn't have 40 grand. I put down 7 on mine.
40 aside. You still have to maintain your life, but you need to have 40 aside.
Yeah, just sitting there doing nothing, collecting dust.
For the purpose of the house. Viper Scott, $2 British pounds. Hugs to all that need them. And lots of hug emojis. Got another one. 2 British pounds. Mikey, now that's starting to appear in the UK. I'm telling you, we are like the same, but like cousins is the best way to describe it. And then our other cousin Canada, very, very similar, and except for that 2%, and that 2% is so different. But unfortunately, the same evil forces are on the same teams, and they've gone intercontinental. The last one, even new builds are crap. Love watching CY content. Oh, I can't with these fucking is it so crazy for us to, I don't know, tax rich people to provide a baseline of dignity for Americans? We don't treat any other people across the world as bad as we treat each other, especially people who we deem as like untouchables or undesirables, or even worse than like the only thing worse than being like black or Hispanic or trans is being poor. Then everybody gets to hate you, and it's like the dustbin of this society is just shitting on the poor.
Yeah, and you then get to go to jail for sleeping, you know. And good luck getting a job with a felony conviction for, let me check my notes.
Oh, they
sleeping in your car between your two jobs.
They are fucking them because they just stuck a felony on their record.
Yeah. You know, you're not getting that apartment. You're not getting that apartment.
Every job interview.
Yeah.
Every application.
I got caught sleeping in my car between my two jobs.
Oh my God, you're a poor? It's
Yeah.
like, yeah, that's why I need a job. Like, it's like I need some money. That's why I'm here.
You know, we shit on the poor so much. It's disgusting, you know, and like some of these people will never be able to be rehabilitated. Okay. That's still not a reason to mistreat them. Like a person is so bad off that they will never get better. And you're like, you know what? Let me just make it worse for them. Like, what kind of person does that? Like those kind of people. That's the kind of people we don't want in society. The ones who look at a homeless person and say, you know what? I want to make their life more miserable. Like, can we send those people to El Salvador? Like, you know...
Like, or
I don't mean to get political, but come on. Like, if you are that disgusting that you want to take a person who has nothing and just shit on them, I don't know of a society in the world that would benefit having you in it. You know, like, come on. I mean, I'm not saying that we should mistreat those people either. You know, I'm not saying we should go around
even though
and just
they
like,
deserve it.
But... Come
Even
on,
though they're asking
you are
for
not
it.
helping anyone out. You are just being a shitty person, and we need to start with a better education, like just teaching people this weird thing. This is bizarre. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. It's this relatively new thing that they're trying out in some places. It's called like empathy. I don't know. I don't understand it either. You know, I'm autistic. Supposedly we hate everybody. We don't have empathy. It's this communist idea or so, I don't know. I don't know. But apparently if you have it, you don't go around searching creative ways to treat people like shit. Or at least you do that less often in your life. And maybe we kind of need to teach people some of these things at an early age. You know, I just think it might be important.
I think it's time for me to move my vote to the floor. I think it is officially time. I mean, if you look around the moral degradation, it is time to tax the church.
Yeah.
Clearly, y'all ain't morale and shit. No morality to be found.
They get to be tax-free by being a charitable organization. Okay.
Benevolent.
Demonstrate that you are providing a charitable service.
Up to the level of income you are taking in.
Show where your income is, where it arrives from and how it is being spent. Like every other 501c in the country.
Yep.
And then you can earn that tax-free status. You also have to butt out of politics because that is a requirement. And if you cannot do those things, if you cannot show that you're not just a money laundering operation, which I have personally witnessed that down in Louisiana. That's a whole different story.
It ties into Mercedes.
It was the churches in bed with the big old school family businesses in my town using their financial opacity to channel money directly into the campaigns of the city council and mayoral candidates. Yeah, like I personally witnessed this. A lot of churches are just money laundering. Actually, the Catholic Church, they put like a big crackdown on their money laundering operations in Italy. I want to say about 15 or 20 years ago. And what was weird was like some Catholics got all upset. Like, I can't believe y'all would claim that they were doing this. And I'm like, I'm not claiming it. The Pope just said it.
Right.
The Pope got upset that it was, well, okay. I don't think the Pope was upset that it was happening. I think the Pope was upset that it became public knowledge. And so then he, cracked down on it as much as they actually cracked down on anything. We're going to put a stop to this, and then just became more careful and didn't get caught in the future. But churches are money laundering. A great many of them are because they can, because the money is coming in. No one
right there.
You can't look at it. They're not required to show where it comes from, how much it is, or how it's being spent. So yeah, it's.
I've seen pastors.
They're for-profit organizations. Many.
I've seen guest pastors come in and get $100,000 in a night.
Yeah,
and that was back in middle school days. So that was a lot of money back then.
Oh, over here in Charlotte, we got this guy. I can't remember his name. He started this thing called Elevation Church. So Joel Osteen, setting up his whole big, no, this guy, while he doesn't yet make the money, he has taken that whole prosperity gospel nonsense to a whole new level. He franchised it. He's got pastors up and down the East Coast setting up his churches for him and broadcasting his message. You have to show your weekly earnings. And if he thinks you can bring in enough bank, then you can pay some outrageous amount to become an Elevation Church pastor. You get a whole building renovation out of the deal, and you have now bought into the Elevation franchise. He has franchised the Joel Osteen message. He is McDonald'sing this bitch.
I was about to say, he's
it is
the
insane.
Ronald McJesus.
Yeah, there's 20 of these things up and down the East Coast now, and it's all run out of Charlotte.
Not Ronald McJesus.
Oh yeah. They've got their own Bibles. They're orange, and they've got the Elevation Church logo. It's the up button from an elevator. The little, yeah. I look it up. It's hilarious. It's just the elevator up button. Yeah,
they have nailed the branding on this. These poor fools are going to be helpless against this.
Yeah. The his bank account, it's got the little up arrow. The congregation, theirs is just going down. Yeah. What's funny was the homeless shelter that I donate to. They had a thing a few years ago where they went around to a bunch of different churches asking, or not the homeless shelter, but a group, a charitable organization in Charlotte that works with a bunch of the homeless shelters. They went around to a bunch of different churches asking for donations to basically do a big food drive. And when they went to the main Elevation Church, big pastor dude, I don't remember his name. He said, well, none of them were part of our congregation. So why would he donate? None of the homeless people donate to him. So why would he help them out? He does do charitable works where he does food drives and stuff to have big lunches for his congregants. I don't know if any outside individuals are allowed in these things. I do know that most of these things are held on their property, and it's a big turnout for the congregation.
He said, hey, we're going to have a lunch next week. So you guys bring in deli meat, cheese, and bread. So we'll have it all organized.
Yeah.
He's just shopping. That's not a food drive.
This is the pizza party for the corporate job. And guess what? You get to bring your own pizza.
Yeah,
they're allowing you to do that.
Pizza next week.
I don't know how much, actual donations to, poor people they do. They claim a lot, but finding out the reality of it is very difficult because, again, it's a church. You can't look into any of this. And because it's typically held on their property, they're not going to homeless shelters to do this, as far as I know. They might. I haven't seen anything like that. I've only seen things where they're doing big food drives and then they're having big food, handouts or whatever at their property, and it's a big turnout for their congregation. I don't know. Like I said, I can't find anything where they're bringing in a bunch of homeless people.
Public. Yeah.
I think it's just redistributing food within the congregation. I don't know.
The fact, even I think it was either downtown Chicago or one of the ones in Joliet, but I know there was one in LA for sure. But these cathedrals, and the cathedrals are putting fucking sprinklers in the overhangs to wet the people up at night so that they don't sleep there. And it's like,
in winter. Church. Yeah, they will do that shit in winter. A church actually got in trouble for it, I think, in Seattle for doing that. They went thousands of dollars of renovations to install sprinklers in the awnings. And in winter, they would turn the things on and they would just spray out at random to hose homeless people.
So that they wouldn't stay the night at the foot of the church.
Yeah.
I thought even Quasimodo could cry for sanctuary. You could just get your bloody hump over to the fucking foot of the church and just put a hand on the door and they would bring you in. And it was like, we will spray you. Get away from us. We're calling the police.
When I lived in Louisiana, and I was still Christian, I was co-founder of our church's youth group. And one of the things that I helped out with, because my mom was heavily involved in it, was the big food drive every year that the church held. And all these canned goods were being brought in. Everybody was digging deep. They were donating. Tons of food was being brought in every winter for homeless people. And I'm like, this is awesome. We're doing good work. How we were going to help out the rest of the year, I don't know. The church really didn't care. But as part of the youth group, we volunteered to, take all this stuff and bring it to a place that was going to box it all up and give it out to families. Okay. That's how it had always been presented. Okay. And my mom was involved in helping to organize all this stuff since I was a little kid. So the way it was sold to the congregation is you donate whatever canned goods you can buy. It gets taken to this charitable organization who will then kind of divvy it up, put it in boxes, and it would be brought to homeless shelters and to poor families in the town.
Care package.
Okay, sounds amazing. We're going to help this poor family have Christmas dinner and all that.
Right.
And as co-founder of this youth group at the church, and a person who had access to a vehicle, with some storage space in the back, because the church had a big truck. I was the guy who was taking all of these canned goods, and we're talking had to be a couple 1,000 pounds, from the church over to this place, to this charity. Well, I also, separate from that, I also personally volunteered at this place to help out. And I would do that about, twice a month. And so I got to see both sides of it, the side from the church where we brought all the stuff in, but also the side from the point of view of this charity organization. Because there, what we did was we organized everything, all the stuff that was being donated to go to poor people, and we put the price tags on it, and we lined the shelves where it was then being sold.
No.
Every single can, every box, every ounce of food that was donated from multiple churches in that town went to stock their shelves so they could then turn around and sell it.
Undercut the grocery store.
Yeah.
With donated goods.
It was all sold. And I told my mom this, and she was like, well, no, there's no way that they would do that. And I'm like, Mom, I spent 5 hours today with a label gun, just slapping price tags on the food that you brought to the church.
My right thumb is paralyzed.
Like,
from holding it.
It was one of those, like those beige ones that was the color of every computer back in the 80s. That's what I did for hours. And like people would organize the canned goods by like type and by size. And it's like, okay, all of the peas that are this size are this price. And it set the gun and I'm just like, man, we donated all of this. This was supposed to be like
free.
And this wasn't like a thing that they didn't know about. My priest went there. Like he went there and he was like friends with the lady. And I'm like, y'all are in on it. Like, how much is the church? Like, how much of a kickback or is the church getting for this? I was disgusted by this.
Keep it.
And it was like the biggest charitable organization in town was just taking donations so they could sell them for a profit. And that's how some of these things work. That's how your church probably operates.
I have found a bumper sticker size solution for the homelessness crisis. All proceeds from Girl Scout cookies will go to build housing for the homeless. They make billions of dollars a year off of those fucking cookies. You ever seen a Girl Scout headquarters? Me neither, because it's a fucking Ponzi scheme. They've been pumping us for $8 a box for decades. They are sitting on hordes of cash, and they're supposed to be a charity. They're a nonprofit.
Here we go. Churches can keep their tax-free status provided each one houses one homeless family.
I'll take one.
You got a couple hundred or 1,000 people in your congregation? You can afford to build a room with a bathroom attached to it, put a few cots in there, and provide some food.
Give them beds. Yeah. Give them a bedroom. There should be a bedroom attached to, maybe a couple of bedrooms attached to every church.
Yeah.
Where anyone can go and stay there.
Yep.
And it better be nice. It better smell
that's
good.
The whole message.
I want a flat screen, and you better not push your religion on them. You're supposed to just be doing nice shit. Deal with it, or pay the piper. Because if you want to, because if the churches are going to be calling the police on homeless people trying to not be in the rain, then that is a state service which costs tax money. So if you're going to be calling for services, you're going to have to pay in on them services.
Yeah. If you want to show that you are a charitable organization, you need to prove that you are providing charitable services. Until they do, they should have to be taxed. That's the rules every other 501c3 has to abide by. Churches should be no different.
There's tons of opportunities. Gary, Indiana, I'm going to talk about that in a little bit here. Still half of their residents are without power. Those storms were 13 days ago.
Wow.
13 days ago. No relief in sight. The church calling the cops on homeless, not very Jesus-like. No, not very Jesus-like at all.
So I just looked it up. If each church put 2 people in it, homelessness would be done. It'd be eradicated tomorrow. 2 people.
So there you go. A gauntlet so thrown.
The
ball's in your court, church.
I'm sure Joel Osteen can afford to house like 3 of them, maybe 4.
No. Remember when Sandy was coming and those people were like, oh, the church, the waters are coming. We'll take refuge in the church. And he locked them doors. He's like, keep them metal. You keep your wet shoes off my carpet. What the hell?
Oh, yeah.
You're not coming in here.
It was
dogs. Get out of here.
It was like he was worse than my mom was in the summer when we'd spent all day playing outside in the mud. No, you ain't coming in my house.
The hose is in the back. You know how you know the routine. I'll put the Dawn soap out the window. Hold on.
Yeah.
You ain't coming in here.
Oh yeah. That was insane. I actually made some memes about that. If you go back on the Dragons of Genesis Facebook page and go way back to that time period, you'll find some Joel Osteen memes.
That was a while ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I just clean these carpets. Y'all coming in here with wet feet? You stay out there. You already wet. Just stay out there.
Yeah. Dude's got like a $20 million mansion on the north end of Houston.
It's
So he bought, I think it was like the old Reliance Stadium because he needed a new church. And he's like, and then if I'm not mistaken, he's the guy who he complained so much about the traffic. Eventually he did like a big GoFundMe in his church. He's like, hey, everyone just donate. I need to get around this traffic. And he just bought a helicopter. Yeah. And he just I think that was the guy. He just flew back and forth. I think that was actually happening while I was living in Houston. Sometimes on my way to work, I'd see the helicopter flying. I think that was Joel Osteen, but I'm not positive. One of them, there used to be a mega pastor in Houston who took a helicopter from his mansion to his church every Sunday because he didn't like the traffic.
But
I think that was Joel Osteen.
Can't you see for a second that maybe that's kind of missing the point? If you got helicopter money.
Yeah, Jesus wants him to have that helicopter.
I wonder if he ever skips over the harder is it for a rich man, or easier is it for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter? Does he just skip that verse? He probably just skips that one.
Yeah, one day I'm going to have to do a whole episode on the prosperity gospel theology. It is absolute batshit crazy. The way, the gist of it is, if you, the poor person, if you take what you can, like the poor woman who went and donated, the only penny she had to the temple, and Jesus said, yeah, look how awesome she is. She was very charitable.
I'll donate my tax return.
You donate that, you dig everything you have and you give that to the church. The way that woman did, that Jesus praised, it will come back. You're planting the seed of your own future wealth. It'll come back to you tenfold.
So I should give you my wife's tax return too.
Well, yeah, because then it helps her out as well. Okay,
double blessings.
Exactly. The more you give, the more you're going to get back, and you may not get it here on earth.
Look at you.
You'll get it in heaven.
Look at you. You're very rich. It's already working for you.
Yeah. I don't know where this very rich is happening.
Just give me your money and stop asking 700 questions.
And that's the way it is. And part of the message is, it is working for me. And Joel Osteen can say, look, I donated big and look how much I got back. So you donate big and you'll all be wealthy. Maybe here or maybe in the afterlife, but definitely somewhere. So dig deep, plant those seeds of prosperity. This isn't a thing that Joel Osteen invented. Prosperity theology has been going on for a very long time.
Here we go. Bishop Ivy Hilliard. Bishop Hilliard.
Okay, that was the guy. Yeah.
In Northeast.
It's been over 20 years since I lived in Houston. Okay.
New Light Christian Center. New Light. I mean, I don't know if you watch The Boys, but I kind of love the last season of The Boys because it nails so much of the prosperity gospel and the way people are just kind of you can if you know pastors and I'm a pastor's kid and my stepdad played in the band and stuff like that. So I was always in the guts and the workings of the church while the service is going. Certain people are perfectly fit for the roles needed for the production to go off as a successful service, right? Yeah. It's like a Broadway production. It's like every other thing. There's schedules and coordinations and the whole thing. And some people overperform. It's so easy to see once you're out of it, the overperformers. And then I'm like, oh yeah, these people are screwed. He's going to get them. Yeah. He's got them eating out of the palm of their hand. Yep.
completely. And if you see like comedians, it's just like everything that he says, they're just the people are and he's complete crowd control.
Yeah.
And once you see that, it's like, oh my God, these people are about to get fleeced, just fleeced. And it happens every Sunday.
Yeah, it very much is a business. And the really sad part is like that actually can contribute to homelessness. Like there are people out there who have donated tremendous amounts. And then when they fell on hard times, the church is just like, whoa, you can't donate this week? Why are you here?
Right.
And then eventually the people can end up homeless themselves and they're just like,
church pushes them out.
Community wants them at that point because that goes against the message. You're all supposed to be doing well. Okay. And
why are you not doing well? What's going on in your spiritual life that you're still struggling financially?
Yeah, exactly. You must be cursed. Okay.
You must be sinning.
Yeah. Yeah.
How fucked up. The economy tanks on someone like, look at the sin in your life.
Yeah. Dude, come on. I was Catholic. I know all about weaponized guilt. Okay. These are the people who invented purgatory and then sold a get out of purgatory card. If you paid enough money, then they would basically, the church would have people pray for you to reduce your time of horrendous torment so you could get into heaven faster. And while supposedly that was disposed of, I think like during the Renaissance, it still goes on today. They just changed the name of it and how it operates, but it still goes on today. You can, if a loved one dies, you can pay the church to say a mass in that person's honor to reduce their time in purgatory. And the more you do it, the more money you spend on it, the less time your recently departed family member will spend being tormented before they get to go to heaven. That's a service that the Catholic Church still offers.
It's like one of those tapping games from South Korea where it's like, if you just tap a little bit longer, you'll get enough diamonds and then you can unlock the whole next tapper. And that's way faster.
Oh yeah.
That's way, and that'll get you to where you're trying to get to. It's like, oh my.
Yeah. And like just
way to win.
Like imagine how despicable that message is. Your wife, your husband, your child, your parent just died, and your priest is like, would you like us to say a mass in their honor, next weekend? Because like they're being tortured with like fire and tongs right now in purgatory, and to get them out of there and into heaven, into God's loving embrace, it's going to cost like $4.99 per hour. Okay. And 1 hour can knock that time down by a significant amount. It can knock days off of that torment. Every person that prays that day, that will help them out. And, so yeah.
I see here that you didn't sign up for Purgatory Plus. Was there something I could talk to you about?
Yeah, and like guilt is a business model for the Catholic Church. It's horrible. They start you off, okay, we need you to go into a dark room in front of this authority figure, kneel down, and openly state all of the shameful things you have ever done in your life and beg this person to forgive you. And we're going to start this at age 7. No. Like, yeah, that's not child abuse or anything. That's totally normal and rational. It doesn't cause any kind of damage to people,
But it was done before, so it's fine to do it again.
Oh yeah, the people before, they went through all that and they came out great. They think it's perfectly okay to do that.
They're not damaged at all from the process.
No.
It's perfectly
paying to get their loved ones out of hell, Yeah.
But they should.
It's wonderful.
If it's a, I mean, marketing tip for all religions: get rid of your hells. Just like hell's on back order for the next 30 years. So everybody, come on in.
Yeah, like, it's full. Like they're not taking. You know, they've hit no vacancy. You know,
it takes at least 1 million years to burn up a body, so we're in a bit of a backlog. So everybody just be cool for now. Everybody
There's actually a weird, like, sort of psychology behind that. The threat of hell actually helps religiosity. Having a potential punishment can drive people to become more religious, and the more that you have to personally sacrifice, it's almost like a personal investment. It makes you more likely to stay religious. Actually, there's this YouTube channel called Religion for Breakfast, and he did an entire thing, a whole episode about that, but seen through the eyes of the philosophy of the Mandalorians. And how their whole thing actually works as a religion, and how the psychology behind it, how they got it right. And he has all sorts of real world examples of how the personal sacrifice that you make to become part of this community encourages you to stay in it. The personal buy-in keeps you there, and it weeds out the people who would naturally be less devout. It's really fascinating, and once you understand, you're like, that makes sense
because of the sigil and having to earn everything.
You can't take off the helmet.
And him earning, and I big Mandalorian fan. Him having to like acquire his best car through various means, and like that's like, this is the way, and like the whole goal is just to have your full suit, right? Like that is your life's mission, is to do stuff to get your full suit. But it's, I don't know, so it's almost like a physical and visual manifestation of your devoutness, your piety as you walk. I like it. I prefer it. I wish that's how it worked. I love it.
Yeah, and it's done in a very realistic way. It actually matches up with real world religion.
And you become safer, right? Because he has more armor.
Yeah.
His devoutness provides him the protection.
Yeah. And
shut up, Kay. Shut up. You shut up, Kay. They're not titanium furries. Shut up. How dare you take something so beautiful? Nothing wrong with furries, but they're not furries. They're joking, I assume. I need to watch that now. You said Religion for Breakfast. I need to see that.
Yeah, he did a whole thing about the Mandalorian religion and how it actually matches up with real world religion, and the personal buy-in, how it the sacrifice, the inconvenience of it keeps you in the religion, where we would think it would do the opposite, but no, it is.
Dang, this video went off. 202K. Whew.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Oh, plus for everybody there. Okay.
Yeah, definitely check that out.
Well, Jason, it's been great having you. Your links are now in the description. I had to go through the back end because freaking StreamYard wanted me to make a meeting that was within a year or something. I don't know. They were being weird. So I went around the back way and I did it.
Punks.
So please, guys, go subscribe. And also, if you're going to check out the podcast, I don't leave a 5-star, but you have to actually be listening to it to do the 5-star. So like press play and then you can do a 5-star review.
Yeah.
He's almost at 100.
Go check out like maybe the episodes on Enoch. I think it was like episodes 48 to 54 or something like that. Go check those out. It is the most comprehensive commentary on Enoch that is available for free anywhere in the world.
Nice.
Like, listeners bought me about $400, I think, worth of research material so that I could do those episodes. It's like 7 episodes long. It's incredibly deep. Okay. Subscribe to the thing. I poured all the episodes over onto YouTube. I'm a little bit behind on getting those. I don't have any of the gospel episodes up yet. I'll be working on those soon. And if you want to donate, look up your local homeless shelter. See if you can find like an Amazon wish list. Things like sleeping bags, socks, hats. It's hot as hell out right now, but in a few short months, the temperatures are going to be plunging, and there will be people out there at actual risk of dying.
It's
warm
already
hats, socks, sleeping bags, jackets. And if you have any items like that you don't want, wash them, fold them up, bring them to your local homeless shelter. You find a group of homeless people beneath an overpass. Hey guys, y'all want some sleeping bags? They would love to have them. Do what you can, because in many cases their life actually depends on it.
Right.
So,
Homeless Street Angels are the best charity in Leeds. That's over there in the UK. A lot of UK listeners. Nice. Okay. But yes, you guys do your homework, please. Support my man Jason over here. And Jason, we got to get you over on Neil's show again.
Oh yeah.
It's we got to get you on Deconversion Stories Revisited. Or no, what was it? It's DSU, Deconversion Stories Update.
Okay, update.
So then we just kind of check in on everybody and see how everyone's doing.
Yeah. I still don't have any hair, but that's not going to change anytime soon.
I mean, you could get the thing.
I mean, I've got a mop.
Get the Bob Marley wig hat combo where it's got like the big beanie on the back. Just comes with it. No one will suspect the thing.
No, they'll be like, oh yeah, he's always had a Rastafarian do kicking,
Yama.
yeah. Don't ask me to do the accent because that'll be atrocious.
All right.
That'll look worse than wearing the mop.
So this will blow your mind. Where would you say your accent is from? Like what state?
Oh, I don't know. Because every place I've lived, people have asked, where's your accent from? And when I tell them, they're like, well, you don't sound like you're from there. So I have no clue. When I lived in Louisiana, people told me I sounded like I lived from, somewhere up north. So I don't know.
Like, because you sound, I hear Texas. Okay. I hear some Texas, but I hear a base level Louisiana. Because Louisiana people have very buttery, smooth cadence. But some of your vowels are very Texas.
Okay.
And then you say you live in South Carolina. I think that's like
North Carolina.
North Carolina. I think that's
don't confuse me with those people. Oh, please don't.
My apology.
Jeez,
we talked about
friends.
We talked about the established and rock solid Darlene Graham for about an hour last week.
Yeah.
And how these people are still going to vote for this lady who literally doesn't know what she's doing. It's so fucking crazy.
But so I'm from Southwest Louisiana. So like if I drove 20 minutes west, I'd be in Texas.
Okay.
So yeah, I lived in Texas for a while. Like I've got like multiple family members who live in Texas.
Mm-hmm. I said all that to say, I watch a lot of like polyglots and linguists and stuff like that. I love languages. Mm-hmm. It scratches a good spot in my brain. If you slow down the British accent, it is pretty close to the Jamaican accent, and like the Irish accent is very close to the Jamaican accent because of travels and the slave trade and all that stuff. So a lot of like Southern accents are just British accents.
Mm.
out of cadence. And then it's just it's that separation of overtime. And I'm like, that's not true. And then I saw somebody like do it and then like ramp it up. I was like,
oh wow,
holy shit, it's a slowed down British accent. So that I've planted the seed, and now I will let that earworm burrow its way, and then you're like, I do not have a fucking British accent.
Motherfucking Brits.
No, it's impossible.
Yeah. See, me, I don't get deep into that. I look at like how food has traveled around the world.
Yeah.
You know, what would actually be really, really funny is if you showed Cajuns like myself how much of their cuisine came from West Africa. A lot of them would kind of get big mad because a lot of traditionally Cajun dishes, you know, your gumbo, your jambalaya and stuff like that, came straight from Africa.
All it's missing is fufu.
You know, and it's like
all you need is the little dip, and that's the same. Like that is gumbo. That is jambalaya.
Yeah.
You just need fufu with it. That's it.
Yeah.
You throw some yucca, and that's you're in Nigeria, homie.
Yeah. It's and the whole history of like how Cajun food and like the Cajun people and everything, how it all like came together is really fascinating.
I'm from St. Louis, so I have a very similar thing, like between like the Spanish, the native, the French, and then the horrible Americans and all that shit. Like, both of us are from these territory states that were kind of the outposts for a lot of different varieties of people that come together at a very, I mean, that America is thankfully very gone, but it was a very, very different kind of place. It was like Mos Eisley out here, you know?
Because like you know, my ancestors, so of course they were in like Eastern Canada, then they got forced out and dumped up and down both sides of the Atlantic, then gradually went into this little Spanish colony down in Louisiana because everyone who went there just died because, you know, you've got mosquitoes with all sorts of illnesses. You've got venomous snakes, and we've got like dinosaurs living in the swamp that'll just eat you. I mean,
just running around like it's normal.
We have turtles the size of coffee tables. Okay, there's leeches, you name it. We got it. Okay, and then the soil doesn't want to really grow anything because it's too wet. But
your soil is 90% water.
And you know, but then they're like, oh well, it's okay. We've got these slaves out of Africa who know how to grow rice, and if there's one thing that'll grow in a swamp, it's rice. And so then these people, the Acadians, thrown out of Canada, are now living here in South Louisiana. They're learning how to grow rice and everything, and suddenly this whole big mishmash of different things all comes together. The word Acadian gets bastardized and becomes Cadian and then Cajun. And then you eventually end up with me. So yeah, it's weird. Dude, I have eaten things as just part of normal cuisine that most of the country would, you know, think is part of some kind of gross out reality show. You know, it's like, oh man, that's on like Fear Factor. I'm like, dude, that's lunch. Like I can get that at restaurants. What are you talking about? You know?
It's a tripe sandwich. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you know, like I've eaten snakes before. You know,
I might eat a snake.
So yeah,
I might.
Or a Nutra rat, which is it's almost like a beaver but with a skinny tail. You know, they're a little gamey, but in like a stew or a gumbo, oh, they cook up real nice.
How are you gonna know?
Right? And most people down there do know. They're like, oh, I got some Nutra gumbo. Awesome.
This is delicious.
Yeah, it's
they're
just
in
food.
season.
You know, yeah. I mean, you have an invasive species problem. Just send Cajuns over there and tell them it's delicious. You know, like
another small side note: the lionfish hunting. I thought lionfish were these like beautiful creatures that were very rare, and people would have them as pets. Apparently, these motherfuckers have been having them as pets in Florida and shit, and dumping them in the ocean when they eat all the fish in their tank, or dumping them in lakes, and then they make their way to the ocean.
Yeah,
they can survive in brackish water and salt water, and they're just eating everything. And they're covered in poisonous quills, so nobody can fuck with them.
Yeah. Look, send the Cajuns over there. We'll probably just get high off of them, you know. I mean, look, I know in my hometown, they've got a law against licking certain types of catfish because they'll get you high, okay? Yeah, like
I don't know if I could lick a catfish. There's some slimy critters, boy.
Yeah, I mean, like I actually know of people who would catch catfish. I think they're invasive in Louisiana. They're not supposed to be there, but people have them. They're in ponds and stuff like that. And people they'll catch them and lick them and then toss them back, or they'll pass them around. Everyone kind of licks them, you know, and then they go smash mailboxes and stuff while they're high on catfish slime.
Does anybody know what the
I'm related to people who've done this, so
oh boy,
yeah. We'll go and like tear up a lionfish. It's, you know,
they're out there with flippers, and they got the gun and the tank or the little bag, and they just shove them in. They catch like 15, 20 at a time. I'm like, I guess they're just allowed to do it, but I'm landlocked. I'm nowhere near the ocean. So, but I can't imagine people just hunting bunnies like that. We don't even have bunnies like that. It's just weird to think of an animal being everywhere like that.
Yeah.
We don't even have pigeons. Like, we have sparrows. Like, we live in the woodlands. It's very in the high plains. Just nothing to do out here. Flat pancake. All right, sir. Well, I'm going to cut you loose. Thank you so much for joining. Everybody, please support. And I'm going to get going with this old news section. And this is going to be great.
All right. Thank you for having me, man.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Catch you later, Jason. All right. He's gone. Let's talk about him. What a guy. What a guy. I can't believe he went undercover. Lived amongst them. But a stellar dude. And that gives me a lot of ideas for projects and stuff. Let's see. Where to start today? Oh yeah, let's start with the cops. We'll start with the friggin' cops. There we go. There we go. This one? That one. Oh boy. What I pressed?
WITN. We have learned that a Greenville police officer has been placed on administrative leave surrounding footage from a doorbell camera that's been shared over 1,000 times on Facebook.
Chris Cook has been following this story all day and joins us live with the latest update. Chris?
I mean, they got my man in the brightest sunlight.
Dave, Courtney, we've also learned a formal complaint has been filed with Greenville Police. It all started with a shots fired call here at these apartments behind me. That led to police entering a woman's apartment uninvited. Take a listen.
So, you guys will not guess how crazy this goes.
Pull it up and show me that it's not working, and I'll leave you alone. Otherwise, I'm ripping it off the wall and writing a search warrant, and I'm going to keep you up all night.
Police then enter you.
She said, I'll run it back. Let me see if I can enhance the audio here. This is some bullshit right here.
Uninvited. Take a listen.
Listen to me.
Listen to me.
Pull it up and show me.
You pull it up and show me
that it's not working, and I'll leave you.
that it's not working, and I'll leave you alone.
Otherwise, I'm ripping it off the wall and writing a search
Otherwise, I'm ripping it off the wall, writing a search warrant,
and I'm gonna keep you up all night.
And I'm gonna keep you up all night. That's what she told the lady. This is what she told the lady. This lady hasn't done anything, by the way.
Police then enter Uniqua Teal's home.
Behind your back. You're now being detained because you're not cooperating with an investigation. My baby is in there. Stop.
The video you just saw stems from what Greenville police say was a shooting Tuesday morning around 3:20 a.m. at 3240 Mosley Drive, just down from Teal's apartment. Teal is heard in another video from the same night telling an officer that her Ring doorbell camera was dead. That officer tells Teal it's still on.
And I'm explaining to him my camera is not working. It's currently on 10%. It's dead. So it's not going to get any footage, any recording of what's going on.
A third officer can be heard saying this when Teal continues to go back and forth with police.
There's like a 5-year-old girl that almost died right there, and you're going to act like this? Like, you know what's going on?
So now you're going to try and guilt me about some other shit that has nothing to do with me so that you can have my, okay.
Teal says officers detained her and held her phone up to her face to unlock it and then searched through her phone for the footage. Teal
unlocked her phone so that they could go through her phone.
Says they asked her if she deleted anything, and when she said no, police gave the phone back. Teal says both she and her daughter are traumatized by this situation.
I don't even know what's going on. I was waking up out of my sleep to this. So it's just like, why are y'all looking at me as if I'm part of whatever's going on?
Teal says what happened Tuesday morning has destroyed her trust in Greenville police. I also spoke with her father, James. I asked him if he feels the same way about police now.
Of course. I mean, of course I do. I mean, look at the way they treat people. It's unacceptable. All I got to say. It's unacceptable. All right. I mean, you just can't.
Now, if she would have got violent with that lady cop who just pushed her way into somebody's house, held their phone up to their face so they could go through the app, to go through their Ring app so that they could look for footage. I told you it wasn't working. I'm going to just push in your house and then hold your phone up to your face and go through your app anyway. What?
Doing them out of the house like that. That's wrong.
As far as the shooting at the complex, police found a window with 3 bullet holes a few doors down from Teal's apartment. We're told.
Oh. So she wouldn't have been able to see nothing anyway.
There were no injuries and the investigation is ongoing. We spoke to Greenville Police Chief Richard Tyndall Wednesday morning about the videos. He says the department is looking into this.
We have started an internal affairs investigation to make sure that we
you know I'm gonna be watching.
Get all the facts involved of it. Obviously, that's one side of the story.
And we reached out to criminal defense attorneys for their take on the video. Attorney Tyrell Clemens said that in most cases, police need a warrant to enter your home or search your device. They can detain you if you.
Yeah, she needs a warrant for both of those fucking things. She's like, I don't give a shit. I'm in a hurry. I want to find this person. Give me your face. Bitch, you're gonna lose your job. You might go to jail. You can't just grab up on me and take my shit. I don't give a fuck what your case is.
Might obstruct or destroy evidence. After looking at the videos, he says based on the 4th Amendment of the Constitution, this is likely unlawful search and seizure by police. He does say he needs more information from police on the matter. Another criminal defense attorney we spoke to affirmed what.
You can't hear gunshots in an apartment building, bang on somebody's door that has a Ring doorbell. It's like, give me your footage. Give me your footage now. You know what? Put your hands behind your back. Where's your phone at? Fucking. Did you delete anything? Take your phone and go away. Like, what the fuck is that?
Clemens said.
I'm scared. I'm scared. I'd rather not. I'm scared. I'm not going to lie. I'm scared. I don't even know what's going on with the investigation. I haven't seen a news article about anything about a shooting or anything. So I don't know. I don't know what to believe. I'm scared.
Yeah. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, she's a victim because she's heard gunshots in her neighborhood. And instead of looking for the person, you're harassing her to get her footage. What the hell?
And Teal said police were ultimately not able to find the video they were looking for on her cell phone. Again, the primary officer involved has been placed on paid administrative leave pending an internal affairs investigation.
Come on, man. We got to stop paying them while they out. This is some bullshit. That's not even punishment.
Live in Greenville, Chris Cook.
That's bullshit. Oh, I hope this is at the right timestamp.
Worried about whether or not this is good for the job.
Speaking of cameras, you know, these flock cameras sure are popular. Everybody sure likes them. Where did it go? Damn. And I found it first try before. This must be right where it is. But these flock cameras are being put up literally after people have come up very politely. Is it not in here? Did it cut that part? Let's see. Let's just start playing.
General public.
But this is Monongalia County Commission regular meeting from August 19th, 2026. If you guys want to look up the whole thing yourself. Person after person after person after person comes up there and says, we don't want this shit. Don't bring this shit over here. Let's hear what this has to say.
Shout out to Mr. Ralston on July 13th, but we still haven't been able to connect for an in-depth conversation. All right, now that that's out of the way. In Mon County, crime is trending down. From May 2018 to May 2026, violent and property crimes, and I have more copies of this if you'd like, have steadily decreased. Looking at FBI crime data between January and May of this year, there were only 35
shout out to this guy for fucking printing out the graph. You know what I mean?
Property crimes and 16 violent crimes reported by the MCSO. To be clear, this isn't every crime the sheriff's office dealt with, but the worst violent and property crimes as defined by the FBI. Crimes that are often touted as Flock's bread and butter. Aggravated assault, homicide, rape, robbery, arson, burglary, larceny, and motor vehicle theft. In a county of 110,000 people, the numbers are remarkably low. Still, the Flock PR machine constantly sells these cameras on extreme edge cases like kidnapping. The sheriff's office hasn't reported a single kidnapping since April 2024. Meanwhile, in just the last 30 days, these cameras logged.
Doesn't that mean we're overdue?
Nearly 468,000 unique plate reads of innocent citizens. That is a massive privacy invasion for virtually zero return. All you have to do is look at Atlanta for a real-world example of how this waste of resources is going to play out. With over 5,000 cameras installed, Atlanta has the largest municipal ALPR network in the country. Most of these cameras were installed between 2021 and 2025. During that same period, FBI data shows it had virtually zero impact on clearing crime. In fact, Atlanta's homicide clearance rate dropped from 50.
It's like they're falling for like the Facebook thing. It's like, why do you think Facebook is free? Because they take all your fucking data. You know what I mean? Because they want access to your pictures. Because they want to be able to track you. Like, it's free for a reason. They're not giving you these fucking cameras because they're nice.
53 to 48%. I'm calling on you today to pass.
I just love fighting crime. That's why I decided to surveil everyone. Like, these are not benevolent forces.
Pass an ordinance banning government use of ALPRs in Monongalia County. Barring that, adopt strict protections like New Hampshire's model, limiting data retention to 3 minutes for subjects not under active investigation. If I walk out of this meeting today and rob a bank, police can type my getaway car's license plate number into Flock and see any time it is driven by the cameras in the last 3 weeks. No court order, no active investigation prior to the event, no reason to see what I was doing before. That's inherently wrong. And yes, I will call it surveillance, even though it has been suggested in this very room that Flock ALPRs are not surveillance. In Flock's own foundational patent, the word surveillance is used 93 times.
Goddamn.
Safety? Not mentioned a single time. Shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. They sold you on public safety, but they patented mass public surveillance. When crime rates are declining and have been well before the Flock implementation, please help me understand how anyone thought these abominations were necessary in the first place, and help me understand how it's remotely justifiable.
He's too nice. This is the superstar right here. Buckle up.
Good morning.
Lindsay, Fifth Ward, in the city of. I'm not going to give you my last name or my address.
Okay,
and I'm actually going
have
to.
Our rules.
It doesn't. Your rules are unconstitutional, and
Okay.
what you're going to do is invite a lawsuit.
Would you please have
can
this young lady dismissed?
Commissioner Bloom, we're going to sue you on this. And I know you love lawsuits about
We have
unconscionality. The Supreme Court protects the right under the it addresses anonymity for the first. You can drag me out of here. This is so ridiculous. You're asking people to talk about mass surveillance. You know exactly who I am for starters.
You have to prove for the record.
No.
This is in our rule. I'm sorry.
No, your rule is it.
You're going to
Commissioner
have
Bloom.
to ask her to leave.
No, I'm going to finish what I'm
No,
saying.
she cannot.
Commissioner Bloom,
She cannot.
anonymity is protected by the First Amendment. You're
I'm
asking
sorry,
people who are worried about mass surveillance to come in here and identify
Lindsay,
themselves. That's
you're trying to
dangerous.
disrupt the
I know
meeting.
you love to dig your heels
You're
in on
trying to
issues that
disrupt the
don't
meeting.
matter.
Okay.
I'm not trying to disrupt the
No.
meeting. I'm
Okay, you have to ask her to leave.
I'm exercising my First Amendment. Yeah, what's your address,
Yeah.
Commissioner Bloom?
Yeah.
Let's come stand outside your house and mass surveil you.
Yeah. You need to
You
take
will
her out.
have to put your hands on me and remove me. You're gonna have to drag me out.
Lindsay, yes, you will.
That's
Sorry.
fine, and we're gonna sue you over this.
Please do.
We're
That's what you
absolutely
have to
going
do.
to get your hands off me.
Please,
Get your hands-
Lindsay.
Do not touch me again.
Please, Lindsay, would you leave? Thank
Follow
you.
the law, Tom Bloom.
I am. I'm following the law. That's what this law says.
Laws are not the law.
Okay.
Okay.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Yeah, we can't.
We can't. This is a
respond to public
meeting.
comment. Right.
This is not a Morgantown City Council meeting where you can disrupt. So please, are you going to behave? We'll follow the rule.
The arrogance on these sacks.
Are you going to behave? Yeah.
Okay, moving on. Is there anyone else for public comment?
So the people have come up for 44 minutes and 50 seconds, and over it was that of people saying, get this shit out of our town. This is bullshit. We don't have a fucking crime problem. We definitely don't have a crime problem to the point that we need 24/7 third-party surveillance on everything in the city. Like, no, completely unnecessary, a complete overreach. We as the citizens are saying, do not do this. Get her out of the meeting. She didn't want to give her name and address on a fucking thing that's going to be on fucking YouTube for the rest of eternity. Good luck, buddy. All these people in these seats, everybody who is sitting in the way, prepare to be in the job market. You better hope Flock is hiring, because all of these public officials who are going deliberately against what the people are asking for and demanding at this point, you're going to do it anyway. That's at your own risk. Your seat is not safe. What do we got here? We got a couple of stories from NBC, ABC. Oh, here we go. The beef. We're going to talk about the beef.
Tonight, a plan by President Trump to try to ease sticker shock at the grocery stores. The president plans to waive import tariffs on ground beef, saying
Americans only learned civil disobedience from the French, for that they did as they were told, honest. I mean, let them, they're like, all right, we're going to move the retirement age from 71 to 70 and a half. Their protest, the whole everything is shut down. They said, don't you move a fucking centimeter. We didn't tell you to move.
exporters have agreed to sell it for cheaper prices. The Minnesota State Cattlemen's Association, though, opposing the move, warning government intervention could undercut American producers. Heidi Wigdahl here with why they say this is a short-term fix, Heidi, but could really create some long-term problems.
Yeah, Jennifer.
I didn't know that they had those little sound effects, and I thought I was having a fit last night.
This is receiving criticism, including from some Republicans in office. The Minnesota State Cattlemen's Association says it's disappointed and does not support government intervening in the market this way. And the National Cattlemen's Beef Association called this a political.
Now, what do they call it when the government starts taking over sectors of the economy? There's a name for that. I can't think of it. I got it queued up, Gina.
Move, as the president says the deal lasts for the next 90 days, with the association saying, quote, it is 100% about the 74 days between now and the midterm elections.
At Schiefelbein Farms in Kim.
Now this
This is a cattle ranch.
It's going to be a busy few months.
Beef is everything to us.
Don Schiefelbein says what we're looking at is an expansion. They're increasing their feedlot capacity by 50%, going from a facility that can hold 2,000 cattle to 3,000.
The president has been telling us we need to get beef priced right, and we did our part. We followed his orders and said, boy, we're going to help lead the charge in making more beef.
But President Trump's new plan to lower beef prices.
Yeah, see, when Trump said that, Trump doesn't actually know how all that shit works. So he just thought that you could like go in the back and go get some more cows. He didn't know that you would be like building and shit, and this shit was going to take like weeks, years. He thought that you could just like, I don't know, like get a boy cow and a girl cow. Like, can't you do that?
Temporarily allows up to 300,000 metric tons of ground beef to be imported into the U.S. with no out-of-quota tariff. The president says there's a commitment that this beef will be sold at 25% below current market prices.
I'm going to say this right here, right now, and I'm going to say it tomorrow. If you love this country, don't you buy that beef. Don't you buy that sweet, sweet meat, even though it's on a discount. No. I'm pretty sure that we have a cool country of origin labeling. You better not buy no motherfucking Brazilian beef, no Argentinian beef. You better buy Texas beef, goddammit, Minnesota beef.
And it's just a big shot in the gut, right? Here we are doing exactly what we're supposed to. Then you have the government who really should not be involved in our business at all. Imagine any other business where the president comes out and single-handedly says, you need to make 25% less starting immediately.
While beef prices remain at record highs.
You need to make 25% less immediately. I mean, hey. Every accusation is a confession, right? They sure have been throwing that socialist communist around, and here go this motherfucker. No, this is where we shall have the beefs. But the Republicans are no. Abdul El-Sayed is a socialist communist. Is he the one over here trying to set fucking beef prices in the executive branch? This has nothing to fucking do with him. Him and Besant are completely overstepping their bounds. You know, it's been a minute. Congressional switchboard number is 202-224-3121. If you live in a red state or a red district, call them and tell them how you feel. Do not threaten them. You can curse if you want to, but someone has to take down the note. But I mean, brother, he did all this shit because you asked him to. And he thought he was going to get something on the back end of this. I keep trying to tell y'all.
Then you have the government who really should not be involved in our business at all. Imagine any other business where the president comes out and single-handedly says, you need to make 25% less starting immediately.
While beef prices remain at record highs, Don says what they've been doing has been working.
If you look at the beef cattle market since June, cattle prices have gone down $400 per head. Those that are actually raising them are getting between 12%, give or take, less than what they were in June.
This year, data from the U.S. Department of Agriculture revealed the U.S. cattle herd had shrunk to its smallest size since the 1950s. Among the reasons included rising costs and drought. Don says for those who were considering expanding, the president's move could change things.
What he did.
And the Argentine, remember, Trump kicked off Liberation Day, so the soybean farmers couldn't trade to China anymore, but Argentina could, but they needed a little startup money. So we gave them the startup money so that they could fulfill all of China's orders. I don't know how many other ways to say it. They are scuttling the ship. There is no reason to support him or his party any longer. It should be obvious.
He is trying to break it. Okay? He doesn't want it to succeed. He doesn't want us to succeed. He wants all this shit broken. Like, is he thinking about where his next Big Mac is going to come from? No. Does he care? No. Because it's all the same to him. I can't believe he thought people did the fries with their bare hands. That's just the weirdest shit.
On Friday was completely counterproductive to the long
5 British pounds. Oh, wrong button. British pounds. U.S. only concentrate on steak meat. Their cattle, the Argentina meat is other parts of the cattle. The deal is so Argentina to get more steak meat. Well, I mean, hey, thank you for your generosity. And thanks, and that's the other part is it's a lower quality of beef. Like, why would we? God, he's so bad at everything.
Term real way necessary to lower beef prices. Everything that we were building and trying to make all the incentives go to expansion, in one executive order or one trade agreement, he stopped cold in its feet.
And this is why having somebody who is so fucking bipolar and so inexperienced about how these different sectors of our economy work, you can't yo-yo them back and forth, especially like cattle ranchers and farmers. Nah, brother, you got to let them know 5-10 years out if you're going to start to change something. And swinging the tariffs back and forth between the countries and the different prices. Motherfucker, that you know how long it takes to grow a field of shit for you to fuck up the delivery date? Ugh. Hi, Ollie.
Cattlemen's Beef Association says this does nothing to create market confidence or encourage rebuilding the herd. There are still a lot of questions, one of them being which countries the beef will be coming from, Jennifer.
Yeah, lots of questions. You could just see the amount of work that he was doing on the farm. He has all plans still to move ahead with that expansion.
Yes, a massive undertaking, and it should be all done within the next.
Yeah, because he paid for it. You got to finish. He already paid the contractors.
2 to 3 months.
Wow. Well, we thank him for sharing all of that, Heidi. Thank you.
Do you buy?
Anyway. Oh, let's. I got a good Mom Donnie clip. That'll break it up good.
The idea that free buses would make them faster?
No.
I'll run it back. Hold on.
Do you buy the idea that free buses would make them faster?
No.
Why not?
Because more people would ride them, so they'd be more crowded and take longer to load them.
So she said, so the question was, do you think having free buses will make them faster? And she said, no, because more people are going to get on. It's going to take longer to load them. So no, it's going to be slower.
How do you answer that?
Because it can't just be making it free alone. You have to be making it free while actually making the infrastructure for it to be fast. So you have to increase service alongside making it free, ensure that there's full use of all-door boarding. Because a lot of the issues of the dwell time at the bus stops is because everyone has to go through the front door. No one's allowed to go through the back door, even though this was something the MTA proposed more than a decade ago. And in Boston, when they did this, they decreased dwell time by 23% on a single route just by making all-door boarding a part of it.
But isn't that an MTA thing that you as mayor can't control?
Well, we saw with Mayor Bloomberg, he was the mayor of New York City. He built an entire subway station because that's how much he believed in the extension of the 7 train to Hudson Yards. The city has a lot of ability to influence what the MTA does. It's just that we haven't had a mayor who actually cares that much about the slowest buses in the United States.
I don't know what they're going to do with him. He's just out here fixing everything. Because this is the thing. If you talk to people like adults, like I think the best part of this video, and I wish I could zoom in on it, but it's a short in the way the screen share works. Watch her face, because he's a mayor, whatever. I can be nice, she's trying to do that. But then he talks in normal fucking human. He speaks the common tongue. And he just explains, no, there's a couple of things you didn't think about. And you can watch her face just kind of, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I guess then that would work. And that's all it fucking takes is a good idea and then a person to share the good idea. A lot of times we don't have both. A lot of times we just don't have a good idea to start off with. We're starting off with a bad idea, and then you find somebody halfway adequate to explain a bad idea and to get everybody else to jump on with a bad idea. But again, just watch her face.
By the idea that free buses would make them faster?
No,
Why not?
because more people would ride them, so they'd be more crowded and take longer to load them.
How do you answer that?
Because it can't just be making it free alone. You have to be making it free while actually making the infrastructure for it to be fast. So you have to increase service alongside making it free and ensure that there's full use of all door boarding. Because a lot of the issues of the dwell time at the bus stops is because everyone has to go through the front door. No one's allowed to go through the back door, even though this was something the MTA proposed more than a decade ago. And in Boston, when they did this.
Sometimes you're just too fucking good, you know? Sometimes you just have all the answers, you know? And again, they're still crying out that it's Sharia law and all the people are wearing hijabs and burqa. Like, come on, guys. Come on, guys. All we said was give the guy a friggin' chance. You gave him a chance and it's going great. Like, come on. Oh, yeah. We're going to the Bay.
Right now at 11 o'clock, a racist confrontation caught on camera in Antioch. A black woman recorded a man repeatedly calling her the N-word. Tonight, she's speaking exclusively to us as police investigate another disturbing incident in the neighborhood. Let's bring in NBC's Pete Serratos, who joins us in Antioch with the very latest. Pete.
It's always curious to me, the obsession people have with us. It's just so curious.
Yeah, and this woman you're going to hear from wants to stay anonymous because she says she doesn't feel safe in her own neighborhood. And now police are investigating if a device thrown at a home this morning is connected to the videos going viral.
I can't either. Look at all the tattoos and the stupid piercings. This black thinks she's some lawyer. Like all you think you're lawyers.
The words are difficult to hear, and for this Antioch woman on the receiving end, even harder to forget. This viral video shows a man repeatedly calling her the N-word last month.
In my little area, I'm the youngest African American there. I bought my home 6 years ago. It was my 35th birthday gift to myself. So it's like, why do I have to live like this?
The woman does not want her identity revealed for safety reasons. She says tensions with the man date back to January, when they went to court over what she describes as too many cats at his family's home.
I went to court with them back in January because they basically taken over my backyard, like cat feces.
Mind your business.
And everything.
Then last month, she says the man berated her with the N-word as she walked to her car, prompting her to record. A restraining order was later issued against him. And in a separate incident that month, Antioch police arrested him on suspicion of a civil rights violation and battery. The Costa County DA later filed misdemeanor charges.
My intention was to react. Right? Who wants to be called those names? Who wants to, like, I don't bother nobody. He bothers everybody.
The videos went viral over the weekend, and this morning, police say an explosive device was thrown at the man's home. Investigators are looking into whether it's connected to the videos and the family's address being posted online.
This is what we've been getting all day.
Marianne Ramirez is the man's mother and says the family is now being harassed, sharing images.
Oh no, now they're being harassed.
Of their cars being vandalized. She says her son has dealt with behavioral issues since childhood and has had previous conflicts with neighbors.
That is your family's problem. You need to figure something else out. Unleashing him on the neighborhood is not fair. Deal with your people. My nails are so fucking strong. I have to do safety cuts for everyone's benefit in the house. I go through my shirts.
Don't condone it happening. But like I'm trying to explain, he has ADHD. Every single one of my neighbors. This isn't the first.
Nah, Marianne. Motherfucking, I got a lot of motherfucking friends with ADHD. They not all racist. Like, hold on, Marianne. I was trying to be somewhat, Al Trucker, what's up, buddy? I'm just, don't try to put it on the Ritalin. If he has his Ritalin, he can withhold, he can suppress his racial outbursts. But these prescriptions are so much these days. I couldn't afford it. So, y'all just gonna have to deal with the racial outbursts because I couldn't afford his Ritalin this month. Lady, stop.
But like I'm trying to explain, he has ADHD. Every single one of my neighbors. This isn't the first crazy episodes he has. He's got ADHD.
No, he's bipolar. Fuck you talking about?
The police know it. They've been here to my house many times, and I've just to calm him down for me.
The man is already facing charges from that separate July incident. And a legal analyst says any future conduct could bring additional consequences.
If this continues, they may revisit that issue because he
didn't forget his fucking phone on top of the freezer, on top of the refrigerator 3 times, right? He didn't keep going in the kitchen and then walking out of the kitchen and then going in the kitchen and walking out and going it. That's not what happened. He's berated a lady, called her all sorts of names, and wouldn't let it go. That's not ADHD. I'm just saying. This community, all of our chemicals are imbalanced. So don't try to tell me it was a chemical imbalance that just made him random racist shit just fell out of my mouth. I don't know where it came from. Man.
Speech, when you direct it at someone specifically because of their race, is not protected under the First Amendment. And that can lead to a criminal prosecution.
Kevin, believe you, we got your back.
But as the video continues to spread, community members are also
and you got the brother showing up now. See, you done fucked up.
showing up to support the woman at the center of it.
And they right there by the bay. Brother, it's gonna be a bunch of low riders with a bunch of gold Dayton sitting out there on hydraulics, waiting for you to say some shit.
Why do I have to live in fear?
Oh, you don't have to.
NYPD says that this explosive device incident is still under investigation, and now detectives are working to determine if it's connected to those videos circulating online.
I think I know who made the explosive device. How you gonna try to blame the black people? See, it's the shit the news be pissing me off with. Clearly, it was that motherfucker, and y'all about to catch him on some other shit, so he dropped the motherfucker, ran in the house, and then go try. They tried to blow me up. Ain't nobody trying to blow you up, weirdo. Fucking weirdo. Speaking of racist.
Our top story tonight, Minneapolis police arrested far-right extremist Jake Lang after his latest rally quickly turned confrontational today. The pardoned January 6th rioter and self-described anti-Muslim activist came to Minneapolis for what he called a freedom of speech rally promoted online using a racial slur. Police say Lang arrived with a group in 2 cars, which drove onto the sidewalk towards a crowd gathered.
Oh, towards a crowd? Oh, man, if I was in that crowd, I'd be fearing for my life. You know what I'm saying?
Outside City Hall. Our Jessica Hart is here to share how these events unfolded and why
arrested. Oh, no.
Police made those arrests. Jess?
Raya, the primary law that was broken that started this whole thing was those 2 vehicles driving onto the sidewalk. Minneapolis.
See, that's illegal. See, you gotta be careful. You stay on the right side of the law.
Police had officers staged inside City Hall, and when they saw those vehicles, they responded. From the moment Jake Lang arrived, It was heated.
At approximately 11:50 a.m., far-right extremist.
Hey, yo, Mayor. What up,
and
Mr.
known
Mayor?
racist Jake Lang arrived near Minneapolis City Hall.
Lang and 6 others came in 2 vehicles and were confronted by counter-protesters. Lang is standing in the black pickup wearing a white t-shirt and vest.
Both vehicles then drove onto the sidewalk in front of City Hall toward a crowd of people that were gathered there. Many of them could have easily been injured or even killed.
A person dressed as Spider-Man jumps onto the black truck.
Yeah! Do, 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 do,
tackles the men in back, and then Lang security sprays the crowd with a chemical irritant.
It was not safe for us to make any sort of arrests on those individuals in that large crowd.
Bill Peterson, the Minneapolis.
It's just not safe. Spider-Man protects the streets to this day. You know what I mean? You just can't. It wasn't safe to get in there. And unfortunately, the Masked Crusader got away. Damn. Who was that guy?
Minneapolis interim police chief says the best thing.
Nobody say his name if you know.
Thing was to get the vehicles out to de-escalate the situation.
Anytime there is crowds of people gathered, the last thing we want to see is vehicles driving towards them when we don't know their full intentions.
From Sky 11, you can see Lang's vehicle speeding off from the scene, driving onto sidewalks in downtown and almost hitting pedestrians. Officers
these are multiple felonies.
then relayed vehicle information, leading to the first one being stopped by the State Patrol near 35W in Washington. The second was stopped by Bloomington police near the intersection of Lindau and IKEA. Minneapolis police arrested all of them for probable cause riot. Their vehicles impounded, and more charges could come.
You can use hate speech even if we all find it to be abhorrent. However, there are exceptions to that general rule. Incitement of violence, clear threats, harassment, hate crimes.
There's a hate crime multiplier, just like they did in Florida.
These can all be potential constitutional violations.
3 officers were injured today. Peterson says one was hit in the head with a hard object, another tweaked something in his hip, and the third had his foot or ankle rolled up.
Okay, that's too much detail.
On by one of the 2 vehicles. There were also 4 additional arrests outside City Hall, Raya.
Okay, and those 4 arrests, Jess, on what grounds were those people arrested, and what do you know about potential charges?
Yeah, Raya, 2 of them were arrested for disorderly conduct, another was for probable cause riot, and the 4th was for assault. As far as charges go, they have not been charged with anything yet, but police are saying that more charges could come, and it's possible that more people might be arrested, Raya.
Now to a stunning development.
Oh no, I hope they don't go to jail in Minneapolis where they just trolled everybody. Remember Jake Lang was the one who went up there and kicked over the protest ice sculpture outside the courthouse. That was him. And now he's in jail up there. Have fun. I'm surprised. Did I forget to put it in here? Because he was just in Michigan. And I thought he got arrested in Michigan. Like, I'm talking about, it's been 72 hours. Like, he got arrested in one state, and then he was getting arrested. Like, he just got arrested in Michigan, and now he just got arrested in Minneapolis. Like, did he immediately get out of jail and run back over there? All right, hold on a second. I got to check on this kid. She is being destructive. Be right back.
What? Why can't you? 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 I did this. Why can't you? What? Why can't you? Why can't you? Why can't you?
And I remembered to unmute. There we go. I don't know what she thought she was doing. But yeah, he just got arrested. He just got out of jail and went right back to jail. But first, Dan Sullivan endorses Dan Sullivan to beat Dan Sullivan in perplexing Alaska Senate race. This is what the internet was made for. If there wasn't the internet, these Dan Sullivans would not have known that they all had the same name and they all lived in the same state. A third Dan Sullivan, a former Anchorage mayor, has weighed in on the competitive Senate race, endorsing Senator Dan Sullivan over former teacher Dan J. Sullivan. This is beautiful because not only is this one guy running against another guy to mess it up, but now that there's another guy who had the same name, this is beautiful. Okay, byline. This is Raquel Uribe. A new Dan Sullivan has entered the conversation surrounding the Alaska Senate race, in which incumbent Dan S. Sullivan faces a candidate with the same name. The Republican former mayor of Anchorage, Dan A. Sullivan, endorsed GOP Senator Dan S. Sullivan for re-election over retired teacher Dan J. Sullivan and Democratic rep, former rep Mary Peltola on Tuesday. Mary Peltola is awesome. She is awesome. We're going to cover maybe on the headliners, but definitely on Unboxed. She's fucking great. As the OG Dan Sullivan, I urge Alaskans to vote for Senator Dan S. Sullivan. He's been great for Alaska since. No, we don't want him. We don't want that guy. We want Mary to win. We want Mary. Both Dan S. Sullivan and Peltola advanced to the general election in November after the all-party primary, the jungle primary. Those are weird, man. But hey, she made it out. So last week, in which the top 4 finishers advanced, 4, regardless of political affiliation. NBC News has not yet made a call regarding who the other 2 candidates will be, but Dan J. Sullivan could be among them. Come on, Danny. Come on, Danny boy. Alaska Senate race is considered one of the most competitive this cycle when control of the upper chamber hangs in the balance. With primary votes left to count, Peltola so far has 48% of the vote, with Senator Dan Sullivan taking 43%. Dan J. Sullivan, who is running as a Republican, has 2.4%, with other candidates getting considerably fewer votes. The general election for the Senate race will be decided by ranked choice voting. Alaska's doing some good things up there. Democrats view the election as a seat they could flip in November. The Cook Political Report rates the race as a toss-up. I like it. Come on, Mary. Peltola. 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 I mean, we've seen some upsets. We've seen some. I mean, all we need Trump to do is say something about crab. You know what I mean? Do something with salmon. Let them drill or something like that. Like he'll piss off the Alaskans too. It is his destiny to usher in the new world. Oh yeah. This one, I couldn't find the body cam on this, so here's a precursor for what is to come.
Developing story in Arizona. 2 Phoenix police officers were fired and arrested after an unreported traffic stop. The former officers are facing multiple felony charges after allegedly beating a couple and shocking them with a stun gun. ABC's Jacqueline Lee has those details.
Tonight, Phoenix police say 2 of their own are behind bars and under criminal investigation after a violent and unreported traffic stop. Antonio Felix and Luis Vasquez Jr., both 31 years old, are facing multiple charges, including aggravated assault and kidnapping, according to police, after allegedly stopping a vehicle around 11:30 p.m. on August 5th and using excessive force on a man and woman inside.
Detectives have confirmed that the 2 former officers physically assaulted both the man and woman during the traffic stop.
The male driver claimed he was, quote, repeatedly tased, punched, and had hair pulled out by responding officers. He alleged one officer waved a gun and said, quote, I'm going to shoot you. Phoenix police launching their own investigation.
Like, what did they do? They didn't say what they did. They just pulled them over and just started fucking whooping their ass. Like, what the fuck?
Investigation. Probable cause documents state both Vasquez and Felix confirmed their participation at a traffic stop. Both claim the driver and passenger, quote, did not follow commands to exit the vehicle.
What'd you pull them over for?
Neither officer activated their department-issued body cameras.
There's significantly more information on.
Yeah, fuck this shit. No off button. No off button. Charged up, connected to your radio. Broadcast right to the fucking precinct. It'll cost more money. Fuck that. No off switch.
Covered, demonstrating the egregious criminal conduct committed by these officers.
Lindsay, those two officers were initially put on leave and later fired. Officials say they are auditing their records to see if anyone else was involved or if there are broader systemic concerns. Lindsay.
Because, I mean, yeah, how many other fucking people did they beat the shit out of? Right? What did he want drugs to be on them and they didn't have them? And they just, well, you're not getting out of the car fast enough. Whoop your ass time. Like, what the fuck? And then no cameras? Record the police. Every time you get pulled over, record the fucking police. Put your phone on record and put that bitch in a cup holder. Because these motherfuckers turn their shit off. And that might be the only footage that exists, even if it's bad footage, even if it's not looking the right way or you can't see everything. At least it's got audio on it. And it's got a fucking GPS timestamp on it. And even if they
tonight, a plan by President Trump to
shut up. And even if they delete it, it's still in your cloud for 30 days, so they can't really get rid of it. Okay, this one.
If President Trump escalates, Canada needs to be ready to do the same. Everything needs to be on the table. We need to use Canada's many points of leverage to create maximum impact, targeting deep red states and making sure that America's economy feels the pain.
Okay, I was just wondering, you sound a little more subdued than you did this morning on the radio when you said Donald Trump could kiss your ass. Did the Prime Minister tell you to ask you to tone it down a bit?
No, he didn't. I'm not going to comment, but he wasn't against that. And I have a lot of real estate on my ass, so he has a lot of room to kiss my ass. So.
I don't like Doug Ford. Doug Ford's not a good guy, right? He is not politically aligned with me. But that motherfucker said there's a lot of real estate on my ass. What the fuck? What the fuck?
And I have a lot of real estate on my ass, so he has a lot of room to kiss.
Oh yeah, that's going on the fucking soundboard. Duh. Hello. Oh shit, I gotta get rid of something. Fuck. This is always the worst part. Uh-oh. Why are you upset? It's mad at me. Why is it mad at me? Okay, so it's got a button pressed somewhere. Where's that button? Then I should be able to get my mouse back. Because I lose the little scroll thing on the side, and then that's how I get to everything. Oh, this window is huge. All right, let's see. I'm going to try and save the stream. It's in the balance right now. Don't you crash on me, you son of a bitch. Don't you do it. See if I can see. Christmas. Did it. Boom. Switched over. Instead of 1.3 gigs in my cache, this one only has 355. So I won't be all laggy and glitchy. and I didn't have to stop the thing. But the ghost of me is still in here. That's terrifying. That's terrifying. Oh, good. I'm still screen sharing. Oh, its screen share is stuck. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, there we go. There, it kicked it out. Perfect.
A dictator like President Trump?
Oh, yeah, here's his tweet. Let me see if I can get it here. Lots of bluster from Doug Ford, who is the premier of the Canadian province of Ontario, but who is better known as a less charismatic, intelligent... Wait, is it less intelligent or less charismatic, intelligent, and overall unimpressed? Like, he is intelligent, according to Trump, at least, according to his statement. Thank you for your attention, man. And overall unimpressive brother of the late, great Rob Ford. Don't bring his daddy up in this, because... Never mind. America has been carrying Canada for decades, but no longer. The USA will always be far bigger, richer, and stronger than Canada. This is real little PP energy shit, you know. Without the United States, Canada couldn't survive. It's where they get all their money, and because their current bad leadership, primarily Governor Carney and his flunky Ford, they will not be allowed to keep taking advantage of the United States. Their key to survival.
These shots. What would you say to the president?
The United States. Their key to survival. Remember, much of the electricity, oil, and gas that Canada gets is transported through the USA. Oh God, he's so dumb. He doesn't understand anything. Someone should get these clowns to fall in line, or the consequences for Canada will be far worse. Canada's unemployment rate is now at 10% and rapidly rising. The businesses are now fleeing for the United States. It's all because of their failed policies and inept leadership. Trump. God, he really wrote a whole bunch, huh?
Bully like
their days of ripping off our farmers and other businesses are over. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. I mean, this is just like the fucking milk tariff thing. Like, he doesn't understand how it works. And because no one can explain like a 2 or 3 step process to him, like a 9-year-old, he thinks he's just getting ripped off. Like, he's the biggest fucking baby. Like, he can't, like, there's no object permanence. Like, you can't explain complicated things to him because he doesn't understand. Canada has a milk tariff on us to protect their farmers so that we can't flood the market with our milk. You know who uses 100% of America's milk? Us. We send some stuff over there that people might want or whatever, but we're not flooding their fucking markets. We don't have any extra. We're drinking it. So we've never had to actually execute on that fucking tariff because we drink our own fucking milk first. It's after we're completely satiated and we are completely overfilled. They say, don't bring that stuff over here or we're not going to let you make as much money off of it. That's how a tariff is supposed to work. It's not a tariff on all milk farmers from America. It's saying, hey, just because you have extras, don't dump it all out over here. But we've never gotten to that point because we always drink our milk. We're good boys.
President Trump, as I said before, he's the type of guy in school that would take your lunch money one day, take your toque off your head the next day, and then steal your running shoes. But I'm not going to take any advice off a guy that's the king of bankruptcies. We'll see how this goes. But if he wants to put pain on Canadians, we'll leverage every bit of pain we possibly can on Americans. And you know,
man,
I feel bad for. I've always said I love the American people. I still stand by that statement because there's a lot of people in the U.S. that are calling me saying, wait.
I forgot to get the fucking clip.
sound a little more subdued than you did this morning on the radio when you said Donald Trump could kiss your ass. Did the Prime Minister tell you to ask you to tone it down a bit?
No, he didn't. I'm not going to comment, but he wasn't against that. And I have a lot of real estate on my ass. Going to comment, but he wasn't against that. And I have a lot of real estate on my ass, so he has a lot of. He wasn't against that. And I have a lot of real estate on my ass, so he has a lot of room to kiss my ass. So
there we go. Do you want to respond?
To put pain on Canadians, we'll leverage every bit of pain we possibly can on Americans. And you know what I feel bad for? I've always said I love the American people. I still stand by that statement because there's a lot of people in the U.S. that are calling me saying, way to go, keep going. You know, your own people, President Trump, don't even like you. And they're going to speak loud and
Trump is in the Oval like, nuh-uh. A Diet Coke just smashed into a flat screen somewhere. It's true. Yeah. We can't say it, but we know how to drink it. We're cheese eaters. Despite you guys saying we don't have real cheese, we do have real cheese. Kraft is not real cheese. It just doesn't get all famous.
clear when it comes to the midterms. And if I was allowed to, I'd be down there door knocking. You know something? I've been in this game a lot longer than he has. I got skin on me like an alligator. And you think an insult from him hurts me? Well, bring it on.
He is giving King Koopa vibes.
Buddy, I'm ready. Bring it on. You know something? I've dealt with guys like you my whole life. And guess what? Y'all become losers because you're a loser.
H&N investigates a Hawaii.
So Canada. I know out there they've been talking about, you know, Cascadia, right? And that's like the top half of California, Oregon, and Washington, and becoming their own country. I was like, wow. Hear me out, Canada. Great Lakesia. Then you could add, you know, in parts of Illinois, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, all the places that touch the lakes, because we're really just our own little family. You know, us lake folk and river folk. Not of these people of these mountains and these swamps. That is not us. We are the people of the water. And we should stick together. We're not with him. We're not with him. I'm just trying. Please. Chicago is your friend. What do we have to send across the lake, huh? What do you want? You want some Garrett's popcorn? And you want some deep dish pies? We can get a thing going. We fucking go out. We meet in the middle of the lake. You bring over like some moose steaks. I don't know what you guys eat. Poutine. Hook me up with some poutine, and I fucking bring over the deep dish, and we do it in the international lake waters, and it's a big and we all please no. Yeah. Great Lakesia. The Greater Lakeland. The Greater Lakelands. The Greater Lakelands. Think about it. Think about it. I don't know who that is, but she's got to go. Oh, right. Oh, yeah. She's gone now. Now the rumor, I was right. The rumors are starting to spread. Scott Jennings might be the press secretary. Yeah, Greater Lakelands.
Candidate for
another AI outrage story.
Congress who created a false endorsement by a Hawaiian activist who passed away 5 years ago. The candidate, who lists Florida as his home address, apologized and pulled the ad. Our Daryl Huff.
This is MAGA carpetbagging at its absolute worst.
Found out he's with a group whose real aim is outlawing abortion.
Nonpartisan candidate and anti-abortion activist Nathan Burning says the altered photo in his commercial was meant to be a generic Hawaiian woman. He is now under fire and may face legal action from the family of Professor Haunani K. Trask.
Everyone had seen it and was very upset.
Ooh, the great locks. Oh, the great locks. That would be cool.
About it.
The 30-second ad claims lack of support for mothers leads to abortion.
Nathan Burning has a proven record of helping moms. That's why so many of us are voting for Nathan Burning.
I'm Nathan Burning, and I approve this message.
Haunani K. Trask passed away in 2021, but apparently magically verbally endorsed the campaign.
Yikes, dude.
Of some dude named Nathan Burning.
Burning told Hawaii Public Radio that he'd never heard of Trask that the woman was a...
Hey, dude, my favorite fucking venue I used to play was called the Nightlight in Berwyn, and I played that place probably 6 or 7 times. Berwyn has a soft spot for me. And if you're a Svengoolie fan, Berwyn.
model that was easily proven false because the photo used by his AI was a well-known photo of Trask, often attached to articles about her, so her sister is sure he knew who she was.
It's clearly a violation and a perpetration of fraud.
Like, this is crazy. To have your AI fucking do a fucking talking thing with a dead famous person
on the voters in our state.
It's also something a new law is designed to prevent.
This was certainly one of the things that we were afraid of when we passed this law.
Consumer Protection Chair Scott Matayoshi says Trask's family can now sue over the misuse of her image.
Yeah, people are
hell yeah
justifiably outraged at this. This is an incredible violation.
In a lengthy email defending his candidacy as legitimate, Burning said that his original claim Trask was a model was inaccurate, admitting the video was AI generated and was not intended to represent a specific real Hawaiian woman. He said he is saddened that it created frustration for the family of the woman depicted. The ad will not be running anymore as it was and is being reworked.
He was trying to send a message about abortion.
They have, oh God, what is it called? It's in Michigan, but they have tulips because there's a huge Dutch population that came over there. It's something Dutch. I can't think of the name of the city. No, that's how you end up in Space Jam.
And he wanted it to come out through my sister's face and voice, and he wanted to desecrate the death of a young infant by showing that photo.
Oh, yeah. Peep this. This is also part of the ad. Not only does he have a fucking disgusting ad, but he put the lady's fucking face in there.
The ad included a photo of a mutilated fetus, which is a tactic being used across the country by 10 other candidates funded by
Look at this.
A PAC organized by radical anti-abortion activist Randall Terry, who is a candidate in Virginia. His fundraising website says that the law forbidding censorship of congressional ads means television stations cannot refuse to run the graphic photo.
So there's the thing. And if you don't allow them to run the ad, then it's religious persecution, and then they're going to sue. This is the peak of our society. This is what the 250 fucking years have come to. This motherfuckers just trolling for money. God. Like, what depraved little shits. You know what I'm saying? Like, we had Jason on, and Jason just goes and lives with homeless people, and he finds that they're the most, well, at large, they're like the most generous and benevolent people he's ever encountered. And look at these people. These people need real jobs.
Photos.
The thing is that what is our job? How could this be allowed?
Burning got less than 1,000 votes in the primary, but it was enough to get him on the general election ballot. So expect.
So y'all need to also make sure you show up for your fucking elections so shitheads like this don't fucking even make it to the next round, you know?
More ads, but likely with less obvious AI assistance.
Disgusting. And I also like that. Look at the shirt that the guy is, because this is the Hawaii news, like local news station. So I like how even their newscasters are wearing Hawaiian shirts instead of a typical suit and tie. Oh, who added this? Did Tim add that? Let me double check. Let me double check. Because if you watched that earlier, I won't watch it again. Oh, Professor Dave dropped his Destiny nuke. That was pretty good. I watched that. That was funny. It's like 2.5 hours. Yeah. All right, let me check something. Then it's lunchtime. What do I got today? Pizza? No. What are we doing? Oh man, we've been making these fucking rice bowls with like these taco rice bowls. I forgot the corn chips. That's the one thing we needed. Man, they're so good. Okay, I'm in. I'm unpacked. I've started a load of laundry and now I've eaten lunch. Time to do some nice. Are you back home from the con already, Ollie? That was quick. Well, I guess it is Tuesday. Oh yeah, I was gonna play that Ari thing, that Ari Rubin, Ari Melber, but he's got Star Wars in there, and I was like, oh brother, you trying to get me? I'll save this for when it's me and Tim. I'll get another thing about it, but I'll put. Or don't let me forget. We got to talk about Hakeem Jeffries and him having a clandestine meeting. Ooh, did I add that one? Add to playlist. Clandestine meeting with fucking Jared Kushner. Like, what the fuck is the minority leader doing hanging out, having fucking meetings with Jared fucking Kushner, who is not part of the fucking federal government? So why are you talking to him? Right? Oh, we got to talk about Scott Bessent's fucking economy nuke, which is just going to fucking absolute. Like, I'm telling you guys, they are absolutely trying to ruin this economy on purpose. On purpose. Unbelievable. Okay. Time for food. Yeah, it's 2 o'clock. I haven't eaten since dinner yesterday. It's time to eat. But I like to be light on my feet. Like a mongoose. Forgot what movie that was. Never eat before a mission. Pick a Destiny? I think it was Pick a Destiny. You guys go find a good Jack Black movie and call it a day. We'll see you in the morning for the food show. Until then, kiss somebody you love, hug a stranger, and drink your meat.